So, we learned last time, well, a few odd things here and there, really. The main thing we learned is our Necromancer here is, not really very good at the whole necromancy thing. We found out that even at his peak, the undead he summons kinda suck. So, gonna be working around that as best we can, as we have been. We've saved a caravan from the Red Fang Marauders, which is a band of goblins under the head of the Red Queen. We then came here to Baldur's Gate, discovered two separate problems, and promptly swept them both. The Hands of Glory that were kidnapping nobles, cleaned out their whole guild, a whole lot of them are destroyed. And then we went over to Bloodmire Manor, where a lady was creating horrible misshapen creatures, and we wiped all that out too. In having done all that, we then traced them back to the hideout of the Red Fang Marauders, cleaned house there, took down the Red Queen. She ran off to her mistress, who turned out to be a red dragon in human form, who then burnt her own manor down trying to kill us and promptly failed. That brings you up to date on exactly what happened last time. We also learned a bunch about how the runestones and such in this game work, and learned just how goddamn expensive that can be. But our level 10 Necromancer here is still working to finish cleaning out the Red Fang Marauders, because we technically did complete that, but we didn't turn it in yet, so we didn't get credit for it yet. So let's go ahead and get that turned in. I presume the captain of the guard over here, yep, will be our contact for that.
Ha! He left a sellsword and returned a hero.
I mean, according to most people, I already was a hero.
My men informed me of your success. The marauders scattered and the she-dragon gone. For now. Fine work, worthy of the city's gold. Here, your reward, along with all our thanks and best hopes.
You know, you paid me less than the Caravaneer did. I can't say I'm surprised by a government employee being stingy, but you could have done better than that. I'll remember this the next time the city needs me. Which the city probably already needs me. Need for something else. Let me go ahead and talk to him again.
Greetings again, adventurer.
Got anything for me?
If you're looking for rumors, try a tavern. The Purple Worm is nearby and good enough. I may have work for you, though. Hazardous, but paying work just the same.
I've already been working out of the Purple Worm for a while, bud. How do you think you heard about me, dum-dum?
A trio of adventurers recently tore through the city's sewers, slaughtering monsters and unsealing portals. Now the sewers are crawling with all manner of carrion beasts. Beasts I want dead. The city pays well. Are you up for the task?
Well, that explains how we end up going down into the sewers. And, you know, I may just know who went through those sewers before. You know, I suppose it would be only fair for me to clean up my own mess, huh? Or past me's mess, anyway. Past me is always making a mess around. Well, down to the sewers we go. It'll be a good warm-up to go clean that place out while I reacquaint myself, even though we had only just been playing this yesterday. I've done a fair few different things since yesterday already, so refreshing never hurts. And it'll be interesting to see how the sewers have changed. Beetles. And not the musical ones. At least they're not rust monsters. When I first saw them, I almost thought they were rust monsters, because we had seen seen two in the caves. I was worried that the whole sewer was gonna be infested with them. And I would have turned around and promptly said, we're not doing that. 100 monsters remain, huh? Well, this'll probably get us our level, so that'll be good. I really should probably not take on too many more side quests that involve going to random other places, though, if I'm intending to finish this sometime this year. Not in the literal sense of this year, but you get the point. Oh, and there's also slimes. Which, there were plenty of slimes down here to begin with, so can't really blame us for that one. And rats. Rats were down here from the word go as well. There will always be rats in the sewers. No matter how some cities may try to remove them, they will find a way. Give another fine ring, not really worth carrying compared to the remarkable rings. Unless we can wear more than 2 rings this time. I have not checked to see if we can actually wear more rings in this game compared to the last one. So there's a chance those may end up being worth my while. Just a chance, of course. You may notice, by the way, that the sound effects are a little lower. The fire sounds in particular really seemed a little too punchy. So I went ahead and touched it down just a little bit. Not a lot. Everything should still be quite audible. Just a note for those who pay a lot of attention to consistency. So when you inevitably notice there's a difference there, you now know why. Go ahead and sickle Brittle bones on them. Because these things don't seem that threatening, so he can probably handle actually fighting them a little bit. If for nothing else, this will increase the rate at which we're clearing them out somewhat. And yes, I'm going to keep calling him Old Brittle Bones now, because he genuinely doesn't seem to hold up very well in a lot of encounters at this point, so really don't know what else I would call him, aside from useless. You know, I wish I could say I'm just that good for not having hit that explosive barrel, but I think I just can't hit it with fire arrows. Which is awfully decent of them, because it'd be very easy to blow myself up that way. First save point of the old sewer. I wonder how far into the sewer we have to go. I would presume not very, since we're already 80 monsters in. But we shall see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. You know, I don't even know why I'm worrying about avoiding getting surrounded by these. They're not really much of a threat even without our shield spell on. Based on the armor the city guard seems to be wearing, I don't know how they can't just come down here and clean this out themselves. Aside from, I guess, not having the manpower for it, maybe? They do seem to have just constant problems here in Baldur's Gate, so I suppose the Watch will never be funded, manned, or equipped well enough to handle everything that goes wrong around here. That's why they need adventurers. Though one would have to assume that the amount they spend on these adventurers would probably work just as well funding the guard better. But what do I know? It's not exactly going to benefit me if they ever stop funding adventurers, right? You know what? Oh, I have the wrong thing equipped. Yeah, what do you know? Even slimes can be life drained. Today I learned. I realized I was walking around throwing fire at these things. It's like, well, why not just steal their life for myself? That is the one necromancy thing we're good at, after all. Give me your life force. I need it more than you do. Nice and easy. So that room was the closest to being in danger we've been in the whole way here. Also, who put those slimes in a defensive position behind boxes? Because I can't imagine that just your run-of-the-mill green slimes would be intelligent enough to realize they could take cover behind a bunch of boxes to protect themselves against attack. Seems odd, doesn't it? Mighty suspicious. When I find out who's responsible, I'll have a nice long talk with them involving me stealing all their life force and make up for all the life force I lost getting through here. I do think it might only be this floor though, since we're down to 40 monsters left and we're still on the first floor. There may be some other benefits though. We'll see. Like there may be like extra stuff down below. I don't know why, but I just assumed one of those barrels was going to explode, and I hit it anyway. Like, I suppose at the end of the day, that's the really questionable part, is if I assumed one of them was going to explode, why did I go up there and whack them with a stick anyway? The answer is sometimes my decision-making doesn't make sense, even to me. And it probably never will. And that's fine. Nobody ever said anything had to make sense. Not completely fine. 30 targets remain. Probably down to 25 now with the amount that died in that room. Nice of them to put an abundance of save points in here. But I suppose... No, because the layout of the sewers is different from the first game. It's the same tile set, but the layout's different. And you can't tell me that they renovated these sewers in the time between the first and second game. There's no way that could happen with the capabilities available. I refuse to accept that as a possibility. And it's certainly, I would presume, on the same engine, so it's not even like, oh yeah, let's flex our engine in improvement. But at the same time, the engine can improve without being a new engine as well, so Invalidating my own statement mid-sentence is always a wonderful thing, isn't it? There we go. And we didn't even have to open this door. Though I presume then... No? Huh. I kind of figured that the lever for it would be over here, but maybe it's down the last remaining corridor over here then. And you just finish the whole segment and then pull the lever and leave. There's the lever. But we clearly have missed a few because we have not gotten our go-ahead to leave, even though we've opened this door. Is there a path I didn't take? Must be. We don't have too many enemies left. We had what, like 15, I think? Say? No. I presume some of them will be over on this side. Or... oh wait, no, we did go through over here. So is there another path over this way somewhere? No. Where is the part that I missed that has the remaining things? Come out, wherever you are. All your friends are dead. Not like they'll save you now. Don't you wanna join them? Could also just raise your corpses. Well, that's upsetting. All this other junk that I'm fighting, and then there's that thing. I suppose that's karma for the all your friends are dead comment, huh? Well, let's deal with everything else, and then we'll go down there and deal with that nightmare. We've killed a few of those already, so it's not like it's gonna be that bad. But we did kind of struggle our way through fighting those things up till now. So I can't imagine it's gonna be easy even now. Even though we went through the whole catacombs and everything since the last time we fought those. It's a good thing I did have to clear out every enemy down here, or we would miss out on a bunch of treasure boxes. Because there's the one down here, the one behind the big scary monster, and all the barrels and such as well. I suppose if we miss even one of these little bugs, they'll just make more. Good. Our shield up, and now drink, drink, drink until you die. One monster remains. You've completed a quest. You've slain all the monsters and carrion beasts in the sewers beneath Baldur's Gate. You should return to Solus to report. Though really, the sewer clean-out job's usually the first thing you do, so I'm kind of surprised that they waited until after I'd already faced off against multiple powerful opponents, not to mention nearly getting cooked by a dragon, and then I go do the basic sewer job. Very interesting reversal. Not sure if it was intentional, but it's an interesting position to find myself in. Is anything I picked up worth anything? I mean, if I didn't have remarkable scale boots, the fine boots would have been good to get. We did get a fine amulet, but we do have the remarkable one that I broke down already. So yeah, no, none of those mattered. Rip. Well, we needed more money to fund and more workshop stuff anyway. Because remember, last time we learned I could put multiple gems into things because for some reason I just never bothered to put the second gem in at any time, which does make a bit of sense to be fair because we mostly only ever had one gem at a time. So it's not like I could have just put the gem I didn't have in there. I'm doing that thing again where I'm spamming jump and driving myself up the wall with the hop. Up, up, up. But it's faster, though. Bartley, I've got a bunch of trash for you to take again. Here you go, bud.
Welcome back. I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check.
Yeah, I'll get rid of the amulet. Because I'm 90% sure we can only wear the one amulet, so there's not really a point in carrying a second one unless I wanted to have like two separate defined builds available. And I don't really think that this Necromancer has enough going on to warrant that. I'm gonna grab one more runestone so we can see if 4 runestones is how you get +2 on something with multiple gems. It sure is.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
But only with some things. The diamond still puts it down to +1. But even with... Oh! I would need another diamond for it to still be +2. Okay. And that does give us a 40% slow and stun reduction, which ain't bad. I don't think I'm gonna bother with that personally, but that's good information.
Carries finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
We could just remake the Sacred Amulet, but Bless is useless to us. We could get +2 to our sprint, which we do have now, but I'm still not convinced that sprint is gonna need buffing either. +3 to our armor class isn't bad either, but I think we may just be best served by waiting. Or I break down the Ring of Blood and use the stone from that.
My prices are always more than fair.
But I would need another ruby anyway. And it would be too much money to make the better ring, the better amulet rather, at that point, because making that ring was expensive enough already. So we'll hold off on that idea for the time being. Though maybe Bartley has intel on a job for us.
Welcome back. Can't say that I have, friend.
Oh.
Something of interest to an adventurer, at least.
He actually doesn't have anything for me. You have failed me, Bartley. Let's save before we go talk to Renala again. Presumably Renala will have our next plot point for us, since she seems to be our main contact for the plot of the game. Doesn't seem like anybody else has moved or anything, and yeah, she's got the exclamation point.
Oh ho, is that a swagger I see in your stride? Shall I now bow to thee as you pass, destroyer of the Red Fang Marauders? So, what happened?
I mean, it might improve your life expectancy.
Ah, dragons, avaricious and slothful, for all their might.
Rude.
Yes, I heard one had been seen flying northwest from the Cloak Wood. Haha, avaricious, slothful, and arrogant. You've done well,
Rude, but still more accurate.
Tales of your deeds are spreading even beyond the city's walls. I have a friend that wishes to meet you. Please return to the abandoned warehouse. You'll find him there.
This sounds like a trap.
His name is Jarek. He's a man with very powerful friends, many connections. I've told him of your exploits, and he's eager to make your acquaintance. He's worth your while, I assure you.
We're gonna get pulled into the Harpers again, aren't we? I believe he was the contact we had for the Harpers last time. And yeah, now it's time for Act 2. I was right when I said yesterday that we probably were going to be going into Act 2 at the start today. Time for an interlude in the Cape of Pale Night again. Hear what the evil side is up to.
My lord, your man in Darkhold has fed the Zentarum the required information. They now know how to restore the Onyx Tower. However, Harper's spies have found out what they're up to and are sending agents to counter the Zentarum even now.
Good. Good.
Good, my lord?
Yes, Danhast. Good. The Zentarum and Harpers both will serve my cause. They will activate the elemental foundations and restore the tower to the material plane, all without realizing that I hold the only remaining Shadow Gate.
The Shadow Gate? The Black Arch we found when we captured the adventurers?
The very same. And that Black Arch will be the only way into the tower when it returns to Toril. My tower.
I see the clever plan he's got here. Whether it's gonna work out the way he thinks it does is a whole other question. Aha! I was gonna say, I can't help but notice there's nobody here.
Well met. I am Jarek. I'm pleased you decided to come. Randala spoke so well of you. I thought it would be in both our interests that we meet. There are a number of artifacts scattered across the western heartlands that I intend to collect. I mean to do so by hiring trustworthy, capable adventurers, men and women like you. Dangerous work, but fairly compensated. Intrigued?
I'm going to assume these artifacts are going to be those foundation stones that we were just informed are going to lead to the Onyx Tower's return. And I'm willing to bet he doesn't fully understand what they are and what they do. He thinks he knows, but I don't think he really fully knows. So he's gonna collect them and cause this whole mess.
The first artifact is called the Orb of Thunder, an engraved copper sphere studded with enormous topazes. It was used to power a weather machine in the observatory of Lyran's Hold in the Forest of Worms, now a fell and haunted place.
Okay. But then again, foundation stones may not be literal. That is definitely an item of elemental power, so it could still very well be the same thing. Yeah, that's a good question. Why do you want that?
It is not for me, but for my patrons who need not be named. Rest assured that this is not for some nefarious purpose, but I cannot make you trust me. The choice is yours.
You know, that's exactly what somebody with some nefarious purpose would say, because they would also just tell me, oh, no, it's fine, we're totally not gonna do evil things with this incredibly powerful magical artifact. But at the same time, you're planning on paying me. Worst case, I'll just take it from you if you start using it wrong. It's fine. This wouldn't be the first time. Off to a scary place full of evil again. Do 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 do. I'm assuming I would go to the world map and then go there. Yep. Lyran's Hold. So it looks like we may actually be spending all of our time using Baldur's Gate as a hub area. Which means I probably should have checked to see if Bartley's shop changed when we transitioned to Act 2. Oh well. An ambush. You are ambushed by a marauding band of Ettins and hobgoblins while traveling through the Forest of Worms to Lyran's Hold. You must fight your way out. I wonder if this is guaranteed to happen. I presume it is. Okay, so these orc-looking dudes over here were hobgoblins. I should have assumed, since hobgoblins and goblins obviously hang out a fair bit. Thankfully, Ettins, for all their great size and two heads, are not as dangerous as you might think. As they do still have plenty of life force for me to steal. Besides, the bigger they are, the more life force they may have for me to take. You take your life force first. I'm glad the other one didn't have the sense to walk over here while I was fighting his friend. Two Ettins at once would probably be the end of us. As it stands, one is still kind of dangerous to me, and I really should be using my shield spell a bit more. This one is somehow way more effective than all the others have been. Okay. He went down before I ran out of magic. Very good. We definitely seem to be in a bit of danger here, though, I gotta say. Just maybe a touch of danger, you know? Just a touch. Proving once again that perhaps they should have sent some help along with us on these jobs. But then again, you know, they expect this to be a band of adventurers, not one foolish necromancer running off by himself with his totally powerful skeleton that he can summon. Go, my totally powerful skeleton. You got this. You know, for all that he's getting clubbed, he's actually holding up surprisingly well here. I can't get a good read on whether he'll die or not at any given time. Well, die again, but you get my point. It's a little weird. Just a little weird. Well, it's not like I know where the path to Lyran's Hold is, game. Yelling at me and telling me I'm going the wrong way only tells me that it is in fact not the way I'm supposed to be going. Which does narrow my options down, but, it's not like there's a sign or anything. Ow. Being set on fire is still not something I want. That may come as a shock a bit, but being set on fire is not healthy. It is really nice watching them fall and sink like that. And when my magic has drained the whole lot of them dry. There we go. Is this the path? Even though it's going... Timeout. Timeout. So you're telling me this path that's going the same direction as the path a few feet to the left is different enough that it matters. Why am I not surprised? You gotta follow the road, you can't follow the river.
Illirin's hold. He must also seek the Orb of Thunder.
That meddling Harper. One of these days I'll have to kill him for good. Of course, I'm certain he feels the same about me. Slavis, I don't care how you deal with any adventurers you come across, but get the orb. It's crucial to the success of the greater plan.
Consider the deed done, Master. I will bring the orb to Darkhold when I have it.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna get closure with Slavis, the one who betrayed us in the previous game. I mean, I guess he didn't significantly betray us. He only didn't give us a way out of the tower, which then drove us straight towards his masters. Yeah, those are undead. That's what I thought. Based on the sounds I was hearing from them, I kind of assumed these were, like, more advanced skeletons. Proving once again that you always have to have multiple options for dealing with problems. Actually, these might be animated armors based on this one that, you know, doesn't have arms. And the fact that there's nothing in the armor when they fall down. Which makes it kind of interesting that fire is ineffective. You would think, hang on, that animated armors would actually be fairly vulnerable to fire. But I guess it needs to be hotter fire than I have. But at the same time, there's no certainty in anything like that, I suppose. Based on the fact that our staff is doing neutral damage to them, I'm once again glad we bought this, though. There's a little bit of a problem, though, that I can't drain life from anything, and we're out of healing potions. So that complicates our life a little bit. I could finish armor proficiency off, but I don't anticipate finding half or full plate 8 armor right now. Based on the fact that we're going to start wearing scale, though, I am going to give myself at least 1 hit of endurance so we can carry a little bit more weight. That should balance out the increased weight of our increased armor. And I think, based on the performance of this staff, I may very well go into long weapon focus, but I think I'll give that one more level of thought first. Because we did only just now enter Act 2, after all. We don't know what we're going to start picking up yet. I could just sink everything into the next level of Empower. But that's only 15% more damage on all of my spells. Since we're currently at 15%, and it would just go to 30%. That's not insignificant, but I don't know if that's as big as I would like it to be. I think I'm actually gonna go ahead and take 2 hits of enchant item instead, knocking our workshop costs down to 75% into the original costs. Actually, no, it's 60% now. The next one's 75%. 60% still not bad, though. And we'll bank that extra point, which should give us 12 on the next level, since this one was... Actually, no, it'll be... Yeah, because the current level was 10 points, so the next level will be 11 points plus the one we have left over. It's a real shame we can't just pick up the animated armor and use that for our own gain. How's our inventory looking? Yeah, we got 80 space. Send our distraction forward. The good news is they're all using axes, so they actually are terrible against my skeleton. Ironically enough. This is the one place where he's really gonna shine. Fine spear. Okay. When I saw a long pole dropping, I was kind of hoping it would be like a grand staff or something to replace the remarkable one we're using. Or hey, a staff made out of better wood would also be perfect for us. Though based on the fact that we didn't see a better staff of that degree until the end of the game last time. Why is everything boots? Why is every scale piece we're finding boots? I may as well swap to the Imperial leather helmet, even though it looks kind of stupid. Because at least this has upgrade potential, whereas the studded leather is not fine or anything, so it doesn't have any upgrade potential. I think that's as good as it's gonna get at the minute. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to have the better and better boots. I just would like to, you know, finish replacing the rest of my armor with scale armor. In part to validate my decision to increase my carrying capacity, and in part just because it'll look better. I wonder if any kind of magic would even be regular damage against these guys. Probably acid to melt the armor. But either way, I guess we'll recall back, grab some more healing potions, ditch what we've picked up, see about getting anything if his stock has changed, and then go from there.
Welcome back, friend. You've acquired quite the grand reputation, friend. It fills me with pride to think that my equipment has been put to such good use.
Your equipment has been pivotal in getting us through these things, friend. I will grant you that much. I think his shop has changed? Yes, I think it has.
So, if you don't see something
Mercenaries light mace. Interesting. And we've got a remarkable Staff of the Warp. +1 to 8 extra critical hit damage and 5% in damage inflicted added to magical energy. Ooh. The staff itself kind of sucks, but if it wasn't 10,000 to buy that, I would buy that, break that down, and use that to enhance my staff. You have new gems then? You do. We can do science. It was an emerald that's in the Staff of the Warp, right? It was an emerald and something else. Yeah, an emerald and an amethyst. How much do those gems cost? Do I even have access to them? No, I don't have access to either of them. Topaz, I'm betting, will be something useful. Jet we've seen, but I don't remember what it did. Moonstone we've had. Let's grab a Pearl and a Sapphire and see what they do, since they're the cheaper gems.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as imports
Keen.
from North.
Ooh. It's only 1% on the increased treasure drops, but that has my attention. And scale mail of striking, +1 power attack. I don't know if that benefits me at all. What if I put the two of them in there together? Mercenary. Okay. So that's what the mercenary affix means. Understood. Angelic. Yeah. The combinations seem to just be both of their effects, not actually like combining to do something different.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
But if that's making armor keen, then it should make weapons keen as well, which is not that exciting. But it may be fairly useful. It may be worth my while to break my dervish staff down to upgrade it. But no, I think I'm better served by waiting on that idea. Let's see if it does anything good on a ring, or in this case, an amulet. +1 wisdom. Okay, so this is where we start getting stats. +1 sunder, +1 wisdom. Well, sunder's not something we have, so we don't care about that. But this is a way for us to raise our wisdom to get our experience bonus up. So if we get another pearl, we could get +2 to wisdom. But at the same time, there's not a reason to do that at this exact moment. +1 bless, +1 great fortitude, +2 sprint. It would be basically all of my money to get that other pearl. Which means we then wouldn't be able to afford to actually make the upgraded item. I think it may be more worth my while to grab a jet to see what that does. See if that does something useful for us.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
+1 sanctuary. I don't think that matters to us because that sounds like a skill I don't get. How about on armor? Extra hit points? Okay. That's not terrible. And on a weapon? I'm pretty sure we've seen Jet on a weapon before. Yeah, that's where defending. That is +1 armor class for each armor piece worn, though. That is actually good. Considering we would be wearing like a full set of armor at all times, that'll be 4 more armor class. Which, actually, no, now that I think about that, 4 more armor class is not actually that much. Well, it is, but it isn't. It's more than our helmet or our gloves are doing for us right now. So, and it is 10% of our current armor if we got 4 more. So it's not terrible, just not necessarily worth a priority. Also, I forgot I did put a extra point down for wisdom, so we do actually have 12 wisdom right now. So the 1 extra wisdom would not actually be worth anything to us right now, so it would be better to make it go up to 2 wisdom instead of +1, because then it would be 5% more experience guaranteed from it. But we'll have to make more money before we can follow through on that. And I did say I was going to buy more potions, which I didn't do.
Welcome back, Fred. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need.
He's selling regular potions now, though, so they're a little more pricey. They'll be a bit more effective, though, so I can't complain too much. So let's get rid of some of our recall potions. And I'm a silly man. I'm a very silly man. Why did I buy potions? You may be wondering, why is he babbling about why he shouldn't have bought potions? You'll understand in a second. The things I forget that I can do. This is open up space. Dum de dum da da dee 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 dee. This should be good enough. Ta-da! They're all healing potions now. This is why I shouldn't have been buying them. Because while I do need a decent amount of rejuvenation potions, this is much nicer to have as an amount of healing potions. It's almost like that's why I sank the points into alchemical conversion. Should have summoned the other way around. But now we can always keep a balanced amount of healing and mana potions on hand, because I can convert them in either direction at need. So when I invariably have a ton of healing potions and no mana potions, or vice versa, I will always have what I need, instead of what I don't. Ow. You know what I don't need? Spears in my feet. I just have no interest in walking back across that right now. I think that was a flawless studded leather helmet that I just picked up, so that'll already replace the helmet I just swapped for a moment ago. Yep, sure was. And it's enchanted already, too. Admittedly, it's enchanted with things I don't care about. Oh, it's because oh no, that's the remarkable leather. This is the flawless studded. And I got flawless studded leather gloves as well. So we've got a flawless set in addition to our scale. And at least visually it works together because the studded leather is the same color. So you don't have any like weird clashing or anything. Is the kind of bright brown that this helmet was didn't really feel right with the rest of it. But we do have a free moonstone just sitting in this remarkable leather helmet here.
It won't move.
Door. That's the observatory. Let's not go there yet because there's a bunch of stuff in here still. Is that half plate that I just picked up? Sure was. You know how I just said I don't think we're gonna be picking up half plate anytime quick? Yeah. Yeah, about that. That's a pretty good morning star. It's a pretty good morning star right there. Definitely better low damage, not as good high damage as my staff, so we're not changing to it. But it's worth noting that that's a pretty good morning star. Pretty good spike trap too that I keep walking into because I'm not paying enough attention. Hippity hoppity hippity hop. What the fuck? Why is the table angry? So I guess that's the whole deal here, huh? Animated everything. You would think that the chairs and tables' legs would move when they're floating towards me, but they're just levitating. They're just sliding their way towards me to attack me. One would almost think this place is a poltergeist rather than these things being animated. There's more half plate just to upset me. You know, we could still get armor proficiency with the next level, though, I guess. But the fact that it took us to Act 3 to start seeing half and full plate in the last game, and now we're just seeing it in Act 2, really makes me worry a bit about the scaling in this one. Not gonna lie to you. Can that table fit through the door? The answer appears to be no. No, it cannot. Which makes sense. It is definitely larger than the doorway. If it squeezed through, I would have a lot of questions. That's a few of them. Yeah, depending on how much plate armor we find before we get our level will determine whether I commit to spending the points on armor proficiency going up or not. The bright side about that would be the highest armor proficiency we can get, so there would no longer be any reason to think about that skill anymore. And finishing off skills is not a bad thing. It means we don't have to have that to ask about anymore. And yeah, that is fine gloves as well. Though that is only one higher than our flawless studded, so it's not like it's a big deal. Which also makes it kind of sad in a way, if you think about it. It's like, look, I've got all this plate armor. Yeah, but my leathers is good. What? Why? Magic. Imperial rings. Are those better than Remarkable? I think Imperial was higher statistics than Remarkable when we had those before. And the value on them is significantly higher, so presumably these are better rings. So we will be enhancing those instead, I guess. And yeah, we can definitely fit in armor proficiency, because it's only 6 points. So that'll be half the points we're going to be getting. But even then, that's not that bad. I'm admittedly not sure what we'll invest the other 6 points in, but we'll worry about that when we get to that point. We don't have to worry about that yet. We're only like a fifth of the way to our level. It's not like we're gonna get there before I know what I'm doing with it. We got a remarkable something. I just didn't quite catch what, because I picked it up as soon as the attack happened over here. So I was a little more interested in what was happening over here than in the item I was picking up. It was armor, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, remarkable studded leather +3. Ooh. Something as strong as my grand scale boots. It really is a shame that we can't get the rune stones out of these. So, in reality, it being +3 is actually worse loot than this leather helm of speed. Because I'm pretty sure we can get more value out of the gem if we pull it out of there. Yeah, because the moonstone is worth about as much as that helmet is. So if I pull that out of there, I'm pretty sure we actually gain more than the total value. Which is interesting. Though admittedly, there's a catch to that getting more than the total value, and that is we are gonna have to pay the workshop price. Which may actually make it even out. Even with our reduced costs. Depends on how much it costs to remove the gem from it, really. We definitely wouldn't be recouping our losses if we made it. That's for sure. Considering a runestone alone is 1,000. And that's not even accounting for the cost of the gem. I wonder if we're ever going to start having gems themselves dropping. Or if it's only going to be them dropping within gear. Fine, longsword. Oh, I did not want to go to the second level. I saw the square button prompt and I'm like, ooh, thing! Not thinking that there was a second floor. Well, okay then, they showed me a room. Well, let's save the game and then go back up, since there's a convenient save point here. I don't really have a reason not to save. And then we'll finish off this floor, go to the observatory, then go to the second floor. So don't forget the gold on the table. Now, the question becomes, is there going to be something in the observatory that I needed to go to the second floor first for? That could easily be the case. How's our inventory look? Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was worried about with all the half plate we were picking up. So, hang on. Inventory cleaning first. We're going to be hopping back a lot more now, I think, because of how much heavier the loot is going to be. To hell with leaving anything behind.
Welcome back. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything.
Let's hang on to that to dismantle it. We'll go ahead and get rid of the half plate for now. No point in dismantling that because, like I said, we don't get the runestones back. Imperial dagger. Nah. That remarkable longsword is tempting as well. But I think based on the numbers I'm seeing, I think I will commit to the staff. Even though that may end up being a regrettable choice on my part. And we'll get rid of all of our remarkable rings, since we have those 2 Imperial rings. We don't need this many remarkable amulets either. At most, I probably need 2 if I'm gonna have, like, one I can swap to. Suddenly, we made a lot of money. Yeah, it's 96 gold, so it roughly equals out then. But I think the gem is more valuable to me than that helmet would be. So we sell the helmet, keep the gem. Now we can actually do some upgrading. Here's the problem though, if I do this upgrading now, we then end up in a problem where if I do actually get the armor proficiency upgrade, I'm again changing armor the second I get the upgrade. I am at least going to make that amulet though, and I want to see what a topaz does. I feel like topaz would be useful. Yeah, so that's +2 wisdom. And the topaz is dexterity. Okay. I would rather the 2 wisdom than 1 wisdom, 1 dexterity, though. Because I'm assuming even if I put all of our runestones in, it's not going to be enough for that to be 2. Yeah, I would need another topaz for that. So we just need the 2 runestones in this one. But this is a very worthwhile ring to have.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Does mean we're gonna have to give up one of these 2 rings, but that's absolutely fine. And it'll probably be the +1 strength. So let's go ahead and pull the gem out of that too. And we may very well be able to make an Imperial ring of strength increasing. Does mean we'll be losing our ring of blood, but that's fine. In fact, let's go ahead and pull the gem out of that ahead of time. Get rid of the fine ring. Okay, so jacinths are where strength comes from. So yes, we can absolutely make a higher increase to strength. Right now our strength is very sad at 10. So 2 strength would get us to another breakpoint, which also will increase our carrying capacity. Which is half the reason I'm even bothering with strength, in case people are like, why is the Necromancer getting a ring of strength? It's so his wimpy little nerd arms can carry stuff home. It's kind of important to me. 719. Okay, so an Imperial ring is better than a Grand ring, so we should also get rid of the Grand ring.
Welcome back, Fred.
Unless I want to, like, pocket an extra ring to put on to, like, boost a skill at need.
Supplying brave of adventurers for over a decade.
I also should have checked to see if I could wear more rings than just 2. I guess I could put empty rings on. Yeah, you can still only wear 2 rings. That's what I figured. There's our wisdom increase, so now we get 10% experience instead of 5%. It's not like a huge amount, but it does add up. It should increase our leveling rate a little bit. Now, the question becomes, how much is a jacinth?
My prices are always more than fair.
Because we have enough rune stones. It's 4,000, that's what I was afraid of. We might not be able to afford this, then. But we also don't really have a need for these moonstones, so we'll go ahead and get rid of them. They were great for helping me learn how things worked, but the effect of them is not effective enough for me to care. So let's go ahead and get our +2 strength.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something...
Oh, that's 3,800 still. Ooh. Ooh. Was it that much for the other one? It must have been. Oh yeah, let's also sell that grand ring. I forgot about that. I thought I sold that already. We can definitely make the money we need eat up. It's just one of those things. We don't need the 2 remarkable amulets, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. Then we can afford to make the strength ring. There we go. We've now finally started buffing our stats. Make us much more effective. So right now, 0 hit, 0 damage. Put this on, +1/+1, and we went from 160 carrying capacity to 195. So every point of strength seems to be 15 carrying capacity, so arguably every point of... Actually, no, quite literally, every point of strength is equivalent to a level of endurance. So say 4 skill points is the equivalent of 1 point of strength. And bear in mind, of course, that the skill point cost is going to continue to increase. So it's very worth my while to have that strength ring. Especially since it also makes my staff hit a bit harder, which we kind of have to rely on. Because our magic is still scuffed in places. Either way, back we go, now having spent all the money we just picked up. But at the rate we're making money now, I think the amount of money we spent is really not going to be a big deal. And remember, that's also with the 75% reduced costs. So imagine how much making that strength ring would have cost me without that. So that would have been more on the tune of what, like 12,000? Since it went down to about 3,000 at a quarter of its price. So yeah, definitely worth investing in the cost reduction. Even if it may not seem exciting right now, it will be very important in the long run if I'm gonna be continually making magic items. Which it really seems like I'm gonna be making a lot of magic items. Because if nothing else, I'm probably going to be upgrading my gear into the same magic item attached to a better version of itself. Is the likely outcome we're going to be having from here forward. Like when I find, like, a grand staff made out of fucking mahogany or something. We will then transfer over the component parts of this staff. Which I'm sure it's gonna cost me an arm and a leg to dismantle this staff. If somehow. Let's even this fight out a little bit. Not that it'll even it out that much with old Brittle Bones here, but it's better than nothing. He'll at least keep them distracted a bit since he does have damage reduction against their blades. There we go. His bones certainly handle blades better than my flesh ever would. Wow, there's a lot of side paths around in this place, huh? There's an observatory, there's a cellar, there's a second floor. Well, you know what? We're here now. Oh, the door to Lyron's cellar is magically sealed. There must be something you need to do first. Wonderful. The one I decide, you know what, fine, I'll go there, is the one that's locked. Rip my hopes and dreams of going to the basement. That I probably don't really want to go to anyway. I'm pretty sure we still don't have the key for this door next to the observatory either. You know, I didn't even check to see if I was allowed to go into the observatory, so I may not even be allowed to go in there either.
Seems to be locked.
Yep, don't have the key, so I guess we're going to the second floor and then coming back. Well, why am I not surprised? I have the most powerful spell, Detect Fuckery. And unfortunately, I don't use it nearly often enough before the fuckery happens. Back we go again. Here I go again, walking too far. Yeah, based on the current rate the meter's moving, I'm going to assume I'll get more half plate and such by the time I get my level. So the fact that I sold that half plate off won't be a big problem. And if I don't, then I just don't spend the points on armor proficiency yet. It's that simple. Sometimes life is in fact that easy. One Necromancer and his magic stick taking on the world. Bonk, 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 bonk. It's kind of funny to think about in some ways how we've basically just become a magically enhanced barbarian almost, instead of necessarily the caster I'd originally intended to be. Note to self, when in doubt, stand on top of the chest. The spikes don't appear inside the chest. They only go into my chest. We did get another Imperial Dagger. I was half expecting there to be spikes in front of this door as well. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the problem there with thinking that there would be spikes in front of the door, because like, oh yeah, I would put spikes in front of the door because people have to stop there to open the door. So it would be the perfect place to put spikes. And this would be another perfect idea. Pointing a fireball trap at the door, so the second you open it, you get fireballed. You know, this place kind of sucks. I'll be honest. Yep. What am I supposed to do in that situation? Like, I think if I stood directly in front of the item rack, it would have been okay. But getting him to stand specifically there was not as easy as it seemed. On the bright side, this gives us a chance to re-roll the items out of these boxes, so I'm not exactly that upset. Gotta say, though, they were a lot meaner with the traps in this game than they were in the first game. The first game just had like a handful of traps sprinkled around until later on where the final area was like filled to the brim with them in a couple places. Here, though, every other dungeon has like an array of traps waiting to kill you. I think I'm fine specifically here. Yes, I am. Not that it helps, but, you know, it's better than nothing. And what did I get out of that? Fine Warhammer. Speaking of it not helping. That really was all we got, huh? Yikes. Eep, eep, eep. Imperial Light Mace. Look at this. Look at this crisscrossing nonsense that's happening here. Eep. You know, in some ways, maybe I'm grateful that I'm here by myself. Just trying to get two people through a place like this would be very complicated. Remarkable staff. I think that's the same as the one I'm using already. Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, a superior scale helmet. Thank you. Technically it's the same armor, but behold, we have a shiny helmet now, which doesn't really fit the rest of it too much. It's a little too light compared to the other one. Like, if the scales on our chest were a little lighter, I think they'd fit together a bit better. They put a little too much of a shine effect on the helmet compared to the rest of it, I think. But it's fine. Oh yeah, no, we had a flawless staff, so never mind. This isn't even close to as good as ours. Ow. Ow. Didn't even get a chance to read what that was. I think it was a ring. No, it was an amulet. Superior amulet. I think that's better than a remarkable? Question mark? Did also pick up a flawless ring, though. That's the ring I saw, I think. Ow, ow. Nope, now we got swarms of animated books. And scrolls. Literacy wants to kill me. Just a plain old bastard sword. For all those plain old bastards out there. It's a hell of a place, full of armor that wants me dead, benches that want me dead, tables that want me dead, chairs that are angry, books, scrolls, traps. Just everything about this place is a bit of a nightmare. Wouldn't recommend trying to use even a toilet hole around here, because even that might try to eat you. At that rate, dig your own hole, it'll be safer. I'm gonna run out of potions again. There's also a lot of you jerks. can't even steal life force from any of this. I am about out of potions again. So I don't have a ton of rejuvenation potions to convert right now either. Oh, god damn it. So I was trying to fix the ones I missed. I ended up converting them back, even though they didn't animate converting back. Convert a couple more of them. Okay. So how many do I have now? 7. That's better than nothing. We can hold out for a little bit longer before having to go back. We've got a solid bit of money on us. Ow. Nothing else in here, okay. Onward and outward. Let me in. Let me out, let me out. Skeleton, please. My own skeleton is body blocking me. He had the sense to take up the guard position in the doorway, but not the sense to let his master out. There we go. Tag. This seems like a him problem now. There we go. So I guess I am calling him old Brittle Bones all the time. I guess he doesn't appreciate that. So to that I say, stop being so brittle, old Brittle Bones. Also, remember when I said that the potions were gonna last me a little bit longer? Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said only a little bit longer. We're already halfway through the potions I converted. So we're not gonna be able to keep doing that because we're not gaining rejuvenation potions at the rate we're draining healing potions. On the bright side, we are gaining experience at a decent rate. I was definitely right to get that extra experience bonus. Secret room. Ooh, grand scale boots. We already had some of those, but that means good money. You would think this would be a great room to get information from. Ah, there we go. The key opens the door of the study you're standing in. Wonderful.
Congratulations. I am Liran, and this is my home. You were the first to find my private study. It's unfortunate that this will be your last great accomplishment of this lifetime.
You really want a piece of me, huh? Like, I get it. I broke into your house.
Run! Run!
Are you, like, indestructible? You do seem to be indestructible. You are a ghost. And he's telling me to run from him.
As have all those before you.
What do I do about you? Do I look at your gem? No. In one of the ancient scrolls, you discover the location of Lyran's remains. Near Lyran's cellar and destroy them to banish him from the world of the living. Okay, so I need to dodge him until I can banish him then. Okay. You know, that makes sense. You're not very good at this whole catching me to kill me thing. I can just leave you behind. If I could close doors, I would, but not that it would matter against a spirit. Oh, he teleports to me just like my skeleton does. Love that for me. He doesn't do a lot of damage, though. He just kind of pushes me and makes a nuisance of himself. He's kind of just a bully. Like, liches are usually pretty powerful and such, but this guy's more just kind of a bully. Not even a good one at that. He's just kind of nudging me against the wall and doing vague, annoying things. Can I recall away from you? I can. Goodbye. I'll come back in a minute. I clearly need the potions to deal with him.
Welcome back. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
That depends. Do you got something for getting rid of weird, annoying ghosts that like to follow you around and throw you around the room? Because if you don't have what I need.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Flawless is worth more than an Imperial ring, so I'm going to assume Flawless is the next tier up. And Superior is similarly worth more than a Remarkable, so I'm going to assume I replace the Remarkable with the Superior.
I have everything you need right here.
You do have what I need in that you have potions, so I'll be buying, well, however many that was. That took half of my money. So probably like 25? Something like that? I don't think there's anything else I want at the moment. Let's see how many I did actually buy. 20. I was close. I wonder if he'll follow us into the cellar. I presume yes. So apparently recalling away has confused him because he's not currently here. This also is definitely not the way to his cellar, because we already know where the cellar is. I don't really know why I'm running through this trap-infested hellhole over here. You know, I have to assume he could teleport around or something, because walking around this place otherwise would be a goddamn nightmare. The flawless ring. Remarkable short sword. Just a club. Flawless amulet. Oh no, I'm gonna get a bunch of paper cuts. It's gonna be really annoying. A remarkable padded helmet. Remarkable in that they even bothered to put that in a box at this point. More flawless things. More grand scale boots. I thought I saw something grand. I was hoping it was gonna be better than that. We already have flawless studded gloves. We got another pair of fine half-plate boots, so that's something. It's a good thing I found that secret passageway, because this has been very worthwhile in terms of loot. And this does seem like it'll lead back around to somewhere useful, based on the save point I see nearby. That was full plate. Oh. It would appear I'm being barred from going back into the study, I think is what that room is. So I guess when you get run out of the room, you better hope you already have the information you need. Oh wait, this was not collected yet. Oh boy. Eebee. 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 So I just missed a couple items in here, I guess. No! God damn it. So all that stuff we just picked up is gone, I think. Yeah, because this was before I activated the study. So before I went and bought the potions as well. Fuck me. I didn't anticipate going back through the trap room. So that's my fault. But now that I know that I missed a couple things in the trap room, let's go back there first before we activate Liren. And we're gonna also go open that secret passage and everything, so we have a plan before we activate him. And as a matter of fair play, I suppose I won't recall away and despawn him. So now I'm gonna be going through this room without the amount of potions either. So those were the only two things we didn't have from in here, so we can just go back the way I came instead. Ow. Man, that room sucks. I don't think we got anything nearly as good out of that walk into there this time. Oh, wait, we got a moonstone? Okay, maybe that was worth it. Maybe that was okay. That room still sucks, though. So let's go clean out that secret passageway. Which is... Ah, it's locked from that side. Well, guess we're gonna have to activate that room while he's pursuing us, then. I don't really want to walk all the way back around, if I'm honest. This is me giving myself more problems because I'm lazy. So we'll recall before we activate him, then we'll activate him, learn about the fact that I need to go into the cellar, and then go do the thing.
Welcome back. Seeking arms and armor? I have.
So let's get rid of the remarkable.
Right here.
We no longer need the Imperial ring. We will pick up more flawlesses very clearly. We did lose that full plate I picked up, unfortunately. So we may not see that again.
If you need
At least not anytime quick.
armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
We still roughly equaled out in terms of money gained. We'll go ahead and get rid of that moonstone as well. I'm not going to use those. Yeah. Time to buy potions again. Bring myself down to roughly the same amount I did before. So this should be like 20-ish potions. Yeah, a little bit more this time, as we did make a little bit more money, it seems. We'll recall back, we'll save again, so we keep the fact that we bought the potions and everything this time. And then we'll activate Liren again, and then deal with all of that. Apologies for the redoing, but unfortunately, this game is a lot harsher on the killing you front. Yes, yes, spooky dead guy. Oh no. Spooky dead guy's remains are in a very easy to reach place. In fact, isn't his cellar like over here? Isn't this the cellar right here? No, this is back where we were before. That's the entrance of the area. Spooky, scary skeletons. Imagine if he got distracted by my skeleton. He's really not trying that hard to kill us, though, considering, like I said, he's just kind of pushing us around. Oh, my skeleton is dead. I'm not as into these unkillable opponents and such we're dealing with in this game compared to the last one. I feel like in the first game, he would have been like a health bar having powerful opponent straight off. But maybe we'll have to fight him when we get to the cellar. And he's just kind of a nuisance here. It's very annoying though, because I can't hit this guy. In part because of him, and in part because it's being a little janky. There he goes.
Leave my castle or die, mortal.
Don't really know if this is much of a castle there, but I did just kind of walk in through the front door. It's not like you locked up before you died. Only realized I was almost dead right before bad things would have happened. This fucking guy is gonna make getting through doorways like that a real problem. Thankfully, he apparently doesn't understand how to go through a doorway like that. Yep, there we go, he teleported. It'd be very funny if we could just get him stuck somewhere and just ditch him. Which, compared to the recall glitching him out, I would have absolutely kept him getting stuck somewhere. Because that, at least, would be funny. Not really running much, if I'm honest. I'm just kind of ignoring you, bud. Looting your house while you yell at me. He's kind of just like an angry undead Jiminy Cricket. He's trying to be my conscience and guide me away from his things, and I'm just picking up his things anyway. Oh yeah, it was a half-plate helm this time. Sad. Anyway, just gonna keep taking his things. I think, unfortunately, I am still gonna have to go back to the trap room, though, in order to get to where the room I need to get to is.
I will end you.
Yes, yes, you will end me by waving your blue glowy hand at me occasionally. Well, I think he just didn't do a very good job of cleaning up before he died, really. You know, typical living person oversight. There we go. Grab all the stuff, get out of there. This should be the pathway to the cellar over here.
Leave my castle
Oh yeah, chest I didn't open. Yoink. Nope, this is back to the entrance again. Right. I'm a fool. I'm on floor 2. That's why I can't find the room I'm looking for, because the room I'm looking for is on floor 1. Silly me. I'm assuming he's gonna follow me to floor 1. Be very silly if he didn't. Apparently it's very silly, because he doesn't seem to be here. Well, time to go to the cellar and destroy his body then, so he stops being annoying. Where did these guys come from? Why are they here? You can see the bodies of the ones that were here before. I guess maybe he animated some new ones when he woke up? I don't know. Yeah, he must have, like, restocked while I was on the second floor. But then again, how could he restock them while he's chasing me around? Then again, I guess powerful enough magic he could do that at the same time. Multitasking and all that. I'm assuming by the time we're done in here, at the very least, we will gain our next level. Based on where our experience bar is. I was figuring by the time we were done with the other floor, we would have gained our level, but even the 10% experience bonus we have isn't quite enough to pull that one off. Okay, that's the observatory over there, so the cellar will be in the opposite direction down this way. And you know, thinking about it, of course all of this stuff would be very pick-upable, considering most of his stuff picks itself up around here. What with all the animated books and armors and the chairs that attack you. It all makes sense when you think about it. You know, this is a situation where the job title animator gets very confusing.
Go no further. You must leave this castle now. I shall not warn you again.
Uh-huh. You won't be able to warn me again, because you'll be dust. Oh no, he's gonna get me. I'm definitely more concerned about his animated armors than I am about him. Is he's gonna make it very annoying to do battle with these animated armors that can hurt me. And absolutely will do so. Like, I wonder if he's just, like, really limited as a spirit. In that he can just only push me around. Or if he just, like, sucks at any kind of real magic and all he knows how to do is bring things to life. Even do telekinesis.
Run, fool. Run.
Aha! You found a journal. After thumbing through the dead man's journal, one passage catches your eye. Leyron himself seems impervious to all harm. He is no normal lich. He must have some weakness, some way to defeat him. I fear, though, that I shall die before finding it. The castle gates have sealed themselves, and it seems there's nowhere here I can hide without him finding me. Well, why would you seal somebody in if you want them to get the hell out? You keep saying leave, mortal, and then you close the damn door. Which is it? Are you really just lonely? Is this just all a game you're playing because you don't know how to interact with people otherwise? It's honestly relatable, but could you not? Could you fucking not?
Leave my castle or die.
Here, you guys play with that. I'm kind of done with this whole fighting all of your minions along the way thing that we're doing here. Good lord, you have a lot of minions, though. Alright, gonna have to do something about a few of these. This is a few too many to let go here. And at least these I can burn, unlike the animated armors, which will make them die a lot faster. And I will be unimpeded by his annoying push abilities. I am running out of potions, though. Gotta go. That was nearly a disaster. And we did get hit while we were Oh, yep, that was very, very nearly a disaster. We had like 5 hit points left.
My prices are What are you looking for?
Good thing I pulled the plug on that when I did, or we would have not made it out of there. We keep making more money each time though, so we can keep funding the potion parade to keep this whole move going here.
I have everything you need.
Did I look at the upgrades for the armor here? I can get chainmail. I didn't even look at any of this. I definitely didn't. 1 to 6 fire damage if you're unarmed. That's not helpful to me. That's pretty good. Fey scale mail would be pretty nice. The 10 magic energy is not that exciting, but the minus 30% weight is nice. And that was 2 emeralds. So I'll need to remember that. Unfortunately, I can't buy emeralds, so we can't do anything with that information right now. But I could buy some fine chainmail and improve our armor.
So if you don't see something here now, check.
Because right now we're wearing some really nice scale. Yeah, we're wearing fine scale right now. So it would give us 2 more points of armor for 5,000. I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that's worth paying that price for. When I go to do some enchanting for our chest armor, then it'll be worth swapping to the chainmail. But I'm gonna hope we find something better by then. I'm just gonna heal a little bit here before we go back. I was gonna let my health regenerate, and then I thought about it. It's like, that's a lot of regeneration to have to do. In fact, let's fully heal before we go. And I'll grab potions to replace the ones I just used.
Prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Is we're gonna be landing in a mess. So this could be real bad. Just hold a direction so I can run away immediately. Yep, didn't despawn him this time. I kind of figured that wouldn't work. He might push me off that cliff. See, I'm trying to flee, and you're not really making it easy. I'm still not convinced that you are at all interested in somebody escaping. But, you know, why would you want somebody to actually succeed in escaping, admittedly? Considering then people will go blabbing that you are a lich and that you're still floating around in your old hole. Which then will lead to even more people like me coming to harass you. Because we need to get rid of liches. Because they usually cause a lot of problems. I'm gonna assume this place has all these death pits because he can push. So it's specifically designed so he can push you into holes and kill you. But I'm just gonna scarper as best I can. I don't want to be here or anymore. This place kind of sucks. Ordinarily, I clear these places out completely, but this place sucks. Holy. Where is your corpse so I can destroy you? Where is your corpse where I assume your phylactery is? Do 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 do. Oh, this is gonna be bad. No 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 no. Oh, speaking of bad. Okay, I think I made it. Yep, Laren's ossuary. Which I presume is where his corpse is laying. There's a jar.
Gone too far, mortal.
Got a bunch of
Your
them.
life will come to an end in this chamber, as did mine. However, I ascended to unlife everlasting here, while naught but the cold, dark sleep of death awaits you.
You know, bud, did you ever consider that I'm a necromancer? I could just supplant you and take your soul jars for myself. Also, fun fact, bud, I'm real good at breaking jars. I've been spending a lot of my time doing that. You're already getting low on jars. Oh, what a shame. If you weren't such a pissant, I might have let you go. But no, you wanted to be a big pain in my ass. So now I'm gonna break all your stuff and send you to the eternal rest that you were saying I was going to get. We could have worked. Jesus, that's a lot of jars. Like, I don't know if anybody else caught that, but there was a room with like 15 jars in it. I'll give this guy credit. He thought it through as far as the whole lich thing goes. Because you don't have to make your jars unreachable if you just make so many that it's fucking annoying to try to kill you. Because most people probably will get tired of breaking all of his jars, and eventually one will be left standing. Joke's on him, though. I'm a spiteful bastard. Now that he's put me through this, I'm going to make sure I destroy every single jar in this place. Even if it doesn't have his soul in it, I'm going to break it anyway. He's almost out of health, though. So I guess maybe the big jar room is not actually, like, a problem. And I died. Lovely. Didn't I have most of my health bar, or did he hit me with something right before those landed? Well, we've got a lot of work to do again. Because I didn't want to save while I was being chased by all that other shit, because obviously that was going to be a problem. So now I have to redo what I just did. Which is going to involve running through all of that crap again. Yeah, you know, I'm really not feeling this one as much as I enjoyed the first game. They've made some very questionable decisions in this one. Like, don't get me wrong, these are neat set pieces and neat ideas. I just don't think they're landing, is the problem. Is there more of an inconvenience than an actual, like, interesting combat scenario? Or even, like, a roleplay option? It just doesn't land in this format, I think. Especially considering we really have nothing to, like, keep him at bay. He's just a constant nuisance the entire time. And this place is flooded with more animated enemies.
Castle or die, mortal.
And then, when we come down to fighting Lyran himself, the fight's kinda bland. It's just, hey, run around this room and break a bunch of jars, and then he dies. Either way, he's gonna be throwing shit at you the entire time.
I will end you.
Like, maybe it's just me, but that just... it really ain't much of a thing. I feel like they might be fumbling potential a bit here. Which maybe that's why there's not a Dark Alliance 3. Oh, that's a big one. I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and ended up in a real bad place, it seems. We'll come back for you when I'm not being pursued by your master constantly. I fully expect to get dumped down one of these holes at some point. We're just not even gonna bother stopping to fight all this crap. Just let me through. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. I wonder if all this stuff's gonna fall down when he dies. Like, if all the animated enemies are just gonna deanimate because he doesn't power them anymore.
Leave my castle or die.
I believe animate object usually needs the caster as a anchor. Otherwise, the animation ceases. Just not even bothering to fight all this shit. There's so much in here.
As have all those before you.
Like, there are just a ridiculous amount of enemies in here. And I am looking forward to the amount of profit I get out of this, but fuck me, man. I think I wouldn't mind crawling through this section here if it weren't for him constantly floating around and just going poke, poke. I'm annoying, poke.
Leave my castle or die.
So that's essentially all he's doing, is just poke, poke, I'm annoying, poke, poke, I'm annoying. Until you get down into the ossuary where you have to actually fight him properly. And even then, it's mostly poke, poke, I'm annoying. We'll save once we're in here. Now that I'm taking him a little bit more seriously. Because there was a save point in here, wasn't there? I thought I saw one. Guess there wasn't one. Well, never mind. We saved outside, so it's not a long trip back if I end up dying. And we kind of understand the bit here now. Oh, he is casting the ice bolts immediately, though. Gotta say, though, the way this place is designed, kind of counter to the camera angle. I know why I died there. I don't have to be happy about it, but I know why I died there. It may have seemed like he one-shot me, but what actually happened is he hit me with the orbs and either, like, punched me or, like, did a close-range spell of some kind as I passed him, because I saw his arm go out as I died.
Run, fool. Run.
So apparently just crossing near him is also bad. Which makes sense, but it's just like, come the fuck on. You make me run all up and down this whole fucking room while being constantly harassed. Definitely makes it inconvenient. Yes, yes.
Leave my castle or
Yeah, I think he threw his staff at me. I think that's what he did that killed me. Because his staff hurts a fair bit. But he also, like, hit me with the ice meteor at the same time. Which, you know, I get it. That's actually a solidly powerful spell he hit me with. But could you fucking just let this end?
I will end.
Because we all know he's gonna lose eventually. I am too stubborn and spiteful to let him win. He will eventually lose by my hand.
As have all those before you.
Also, the homing orb that poisons you, kind of shit. Kind of shitty. Because you can't dodge it. Like, I jump as it approaches me, and it's just like, nope, dunk, you get hit anyway.
My castle or die.
Like, dealing with this lich is kind of like dealing with one of those kids on the playground that's like, no, you lose because as the rule I made up right now says you lose. And it's my house, so I'm totally stronger than you. Meh.
Flee, mortal, or die.
Now, where's the last thing to hit? Ow.
I will.
Yep, I'm out of potions, so I'm probably gonna die here. I probably could recall away and come back, but I don't know if that would work. And we're dead. I don't know where that last jar is. I swear if the last jar is in the giant room of jars, I'm going to be even more aggravated with how this sequence works. Because that's disgusting at that point. Let me quickly go buy some more potions. I know this is oh so exciting to be watching me buy potions over and over, but what else am I gonna do with a scenario like this? Where they've just given me a giant steaming pile of horse plop to deal with.
So if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
That grand studded leather helmet is better than my scale helmet. At least until I upgrade the scale helmet. I don't think I'm gonna bother with it because I'll have to juggle things around. And I don't think the slight increased armor class is gonna be worth it. And for the aggravation. Don't get me wrong, this place has been hella profitable, but it's also been super annoying. There we go. If that's not enough potions to win this fight, this is fucked. Well, fight in massive quotation marks, because we're not really fighting him. We're just kind of running from him until he doesn't have any soul jars left. And I honestly thought I was gonna have to break the jars and then fight him, but it seems like since his health's going down with every jar we break, I think he's just gonna, like, vaporize when the jars are all gone.
Run, fool. Run.
You know how they could have made this sequence better? This whole run through the cellar thing, we could have been breaking jars the whole way, instead of waiting for this big room full of fucking jars. It could have been like a scavenger hunt for the jars all around the place. Which might have been more interesting.
You have gone too far, mortal. Your life will come to an end in this chamber.
Yes, yes. And you might be saying, use sprint, it'll get you to the jars faster. Remember that I have a hard time controlling my movement while I'm sprinting. And you may realize that that's not as good an idea as it may sound. Shield might be worth using, though. I don't know if it will protect me in any real way from his magic or not. You know, I really hope for this guy's sake that this place doesn't have earthquakes very often. Because one earthquake would ruin his entire setup here. Because even if the jars are behind those magic barriers, I'm sure an earthquake would just shake the place enough that the jars would break each other. Is how many of them are in that same room. And it'd be very funny. It's like, hey, whatever happened to Lyra and the Lich? It's like, oh, you know, we had that bad quake the other day. Yeah, his whole castle kind of fell on itself and all his jars broke. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Yep, I do have to go in the big jar rooms, huh? Okay. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume my skeleton doesn't understand the assignment here. Ah, there we go. You found Lyran's hand. Tumbling out from the crushed urn comes Lyran's desiccated hand. Head back to Lyran's observatory and use the hand to open the door. Okay, and the hand was apparently the anchor point for him. He's gone now. So that entire other room full of jars doesn't matter. Fuck you, man. Just imagine if you chose wrong and went into the other room full of jars. All of the shit you would go through. That would be 5 more energy if I get 1 more intelligence. Yeah. There's armor proficiency maxed out. I know we can't get in power now, but that's fine. I might just finish maxing out enchant item because of our damn costs. Though. Probably not the right choice. I could max out clarity, actually. On the note of reducing our costs. Yeah, let's go ahead and just finish clarity off. It's nothing but passive bonuses on this one, but that's fine. Hex, thank you for the raid. You're just in time for me to have disposed of a lich by breaking all of his jars and kicking over his furniture. Hopefully you all had a good time with what you were up to. What were you up to today? And welcome in, everybody. And of course, Hex, if you need to, by all means, do take care of yourself immediately, need be. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, convenient. How did that end up working out for you? I'm sure you solved many an adventure. Grand Dagger. For those coming in, this Baldur's Gate's a little different than what you were just watching. A bit older and a bit, faster in some ways. Though this dungeon will not give you that impression, because it's been a bit of a slow ride through Lyran's hold here. But now we're just cleaning up after having defeated Lyran. Do 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 do. We are continuing the adventures of our budget Necromancer here. I call him the budget Necromancer because this skeleton here with no armor and no weapon, that's the best undead he can summon. We have maxed out the animate dead skill, and that's just all we get. So I will just forever make fun of him for that. Also, I apparently just got lost a little bit because there isn't actually a second room full of jars, so I'm less upset now. And let me go ahead and snooze that ad for y'all, if I caught it in time. Hopefully I did. I almost didn't spot the fact that the ads were coming. I didn't even realize we were at the hour mark. Oh, 2 hour mark, but you get the point. Can't even go in that room yet. So I guess I'm gonna have to go up to the observatory, come back, open that door. That's probably where the lightning orb is. Because that's our whole purpose for being here, is there's apparently the orb of thunder that I need for the Harpers. So I'm gonna go get that, give that to them, and then probably get whatever our next assignment is. None of this is as remarkable as its label claims. That's a shame. Also, on my way out of here, we're gonna have a hole to do because I ran away from all of the enemies in the area because Lyran the Lich was following us around, pushing me around the entire time I was trying to get through here, so I kind of just blitzed out to avoid getting bullied too hard. Oh, this also leads to the room next to the observatory, conveniently enough. Because this isn't the staircase we took to get down there. So I wonder if I just missed everything that was in those hallways down there. I might be able to go back around and get in. All of these things laying on the ground were animated armors that were fighting me. This place is also riddled with traps, like you just saw hit me in the foot there. It's about as upsetting as you might think it would be. But the basement was absolutely chock full of these animated armors, animated chairs, animated tables, scrolls, and books, and everything. if I can get back over there, I'll show y'all what I was dealing with going through there, because there was also a bunch of treasure I left behind in there. Then we'll go up to the observatory and do what we gotta do. I think I'm going the right way. Might be going the wrong way. Nope, that's the world map. That's the wrong way. Oh, right, the basement's opposite the observatory, not next to. Because there's the exit to the world map there, then across from where we are now, there was floor 2, which is where we ran into Lyra in the beginning. To the right's the cellar, to the left's the observatory. And up on the second floor, there was a room with, like, 15 fireball traps and a smattering of spike traps in between them. All surrounded by treasure that may or may not have gotten me killed a couple times. Over 100,000 man-hours went into the creation of Dark Alliance 2. Okay, so the animated armors still are animated even though their master has been destroyed. And snooze that a second time for y'all, and that'll be the extent of the snoozing I'll be able to do, really. So I will be saving that last snooze for when we're wrapping up, because I will more than likely wrap up at the point where an ad's gonna be coming up close again. But this way, y'all get to actually be here for a little bit before the ads attack. Wouldn't be fair for y'all to come in and then immediately get hit with ads. Of course, because the timer is not always accurate, I may have failed in that endeavor, but I'm doing what I can. It's funny that I can still pull up that journal, even though we already read it once, and it's no longer relevant because we've defeated the Lich. Yeah, this whole cellar we're in right now, I had to go running through here while being constantly assaulted by the Lich and these benches and all of this, like I was talking about. And for all that we're a Necromancer, one of our most effective spells these days is throwing fire at things. Because so many things are immune to having their life drained, which is our only other real spell at the moment. We could get all the other elemental spells for the most part, but that's a bit more of a point sink than it would be worth it to me at the moment. Since I had to spend points on getting armor proficiency so I could wear actual armor, and a bunch of other things that we'll get into as we go a bit more for those who are coming in late and are so inclined to learn. But that should more or less catch you all up as far as the mechanics and such go. The story thus far, we saved a caravan on the tradeway on our way to Baldur's Gate proper to begin with. The caravaneer then set us off on two different mysteries, one of which being a string of murders that led us to a woman that was creating monsters in her basement, working alongside the newest Thieves Guild. I say newest because in the previous game we wiped out a new Thieves Guild that was supplanting the old one. Turns out a couple weeks later, which is where we're at now, more or less, another new Thieves Guild happened. The Hands of Glory, which we have now dismantled in this game. That was attached to the kidnappings, which was our second problem to solve. From there, we got set off to find the marauders that attacked the caravan's main hideout, because the map for that was available to us in the Hands of Glory base. And then from there, we went to go fight a red dragon in human form who set the building she was in on fire and left. And we almost didn't make it out of there. And then from there, we went more or less straight here. That catches you up basically on the majority of what's happened in this world up till now. We have also died a lot. In part because this Necromancer, as I mentioned, is not exactly resoundingly effective, and in part because there's been like 4 different escape sequences in this game already, is they thought that was a good idea. Is in the lab I mentioned, I had to leave because she dispensed poison gas in the entire building that we actively had to run through while getting attacked by more monsters and constantly taking poison damage. And then the aforementioned building being burned down was an entire escape sequence as well. So it's actually only 2, but it felt like a lot more because I had to do each of them like 3 or 4 times. Because being a fragile character is a major disadvantage when everything's constantly damaging you, as it turns out. You can also count running from the Lich to get to his ossuary to break his jars as an escape sequence too. Because at the very least it's a chase sequence. So technically those are 2 different things, but they're on the same line enough. I would say they're more or less the same. They're certainly about as exciting in a format like this. And I'm sad to say that that did sour my experience with this a little bit, but I'm still enjoying it overall. So don't let that dissuade you from trying this. But I would highly recommend, if anybody out there does try this game, get a friend to try it with you. The solo experience is definitely not as good so far as it was in the first game. But it may also be because the Necromancer's just not that good. That wouldn't surprise me. Because if there's anything that happens with these kind of games, it's that the balance between the classes can be a little unique at times. Which, don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of areas where this Necromancer has actually excelled. Otherwise known as fighting any living things. Living things he does great against, is he can just drain their life and profit. Because as you'd expect, drain life gives us the life we're taking. And in this game, based on what rank drain life is at, it drains more targets. Right now, we can drain 3 targets at a time. You can kind of figure out, based on the way these fights we're doing right now are going, how well that works against things that actually can have their life drained. Unfortunately, animated constructs like this don't have life to drain. Kind of a problem. And our fire is also similarly ineffective against them. So unless I invested points that I used for some other passives, I would have to actively choose to get like Melf's Acid Arrow or something instead. Which, these 4 quick spells up here, you have to actually select from this wheel here and then hold some buttons and do a whole series of actions to put them there. So, I'd start to picture why I don't use that many spells. Like, I use the ones that are up there, and that's about it. We keep Drain Life as our only press circle full spell, and then the rest of them are up there. And anything else will get cycled to at need, like Sprint is a whole other skill to use. We needed that in order to get out of the poison area. Because we straight up just did not have the health to get out of that. Because that was after a whole pair of boss fights. I would like to add, as far as the escape sequence there went. They've got a fondness for beating you up and then expecting you to run for your life from some implacable hazard. Which is certainly a decision. And as I was mentioning before, during those sequences, if I was like the Barbarian or something, I'm betting those escape sequences wouldn't even have been a problem. Because by then, we probably would have had a couple levels of Great Fortitude and things like that to get piles of health regen where it wouldn't even be a ding in our health bar. Recall away, get our stuff traded around, and onward we will go.
Welcome back. You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Ooh, superior half-plate boots. Don't mind if I do. I'm gonna be keeping those. Because we have maxed out our armor proficiency, so I can actually wear half-plate and full plate if we happen to get it. So, you know, the plate mail necromancer is definitely gonna be a thing. Go ahead and slap those plate mail boots on. That looks very silly, but you know what? That's fine. Now, unique to this game compared to the first game is you can actually upgrade your stuff using this workshop. We need runestones, which I forgot I'm out of. But you can also make your own magic items straight up in terms of these rings and such as well. Should I even put anything on that half plate? I was originally going to upgrade the scale armor that I'm wearing, but that was before we started having half plate and full plate dropping in Act 2. Which, it is of note that I did learn, by the way. This game apparently has 4 acts instead of the 3 acts the previous game had. So my concerns that this game was going to be longer, even though How Long to Beat said they were the same length, is absolutely correct. The acts may very well be shorter, depending on how you go through them, but it's definitely not proven to be the case for me. So we will be figuring that out as best we can. I can get this Staff of the Warp that gives me Magic Drain. That would more than likely turn into I break down the staff, pull the emerald out, and make a better staff. But I don't think I'm going to worry about that right now. In fact, since we're about to go into new territory here soon, is we're almost done with Lyran's Hold, I presume? We may as well just wait and just save our money, rather than doing any upgrading right now. Fine, Great Axe. I think we're about done down here in the cellar. Is that long path you see there is the last run I had to make before we got to the ossuary. But we can, if the door will let me through, go through the ossuary to get back to the observatory faster. Not to mention finishing cleaning up the monsters that are down here so we get all the experience. Now, these clouds of scrolls and books are singular entities. For the most part, like every 10 or so of these is a singular entity, kind of like a swarm of bees. In case people are like, wow, this is a stupid amount of things in here. It really isn't as bad as it looks. Until you take into account that ordinarily you'd be running from something in here. I'm still not entirely sure how I glitched out the Lich the first time when I recalled away. Since when we recalled back and forth down here after that, it didn't happen again. It must be just specifically in your first encounter with him that he can get left behind that way. I'm going to assume, though, I can't open this door since we couldn't go back the way we came through this door a moment ago. But they may have made it a one-way door. Ow, the furniture hurts. Wouldn't that have been a hell of a thing if the thing that ends up killing us is just a bunch of tables and chairs after everything we've done? Now, I apparently can open the door still, so we can actually go back around. That'll make my life a little easier, because otherwise I have to go all the way back the way we just came. Ah, yes. We are the most effective with our Animate Dead spell. Our undead ally can totally hold off things, ignoring the amount of times we have seen him instantly die even with the shield spell on him. Yep, sure thing, game. Sure thing. Don't worry, I believe you. No questions here at all. Now, why am I up here? Like, it's neat to be up in this observatory, but, well... What pray tells... Oh, right. The orb was what powered the weather machine. For some reason, I didn't even think the weather machine was here. You removed the Orb of Thunder, an engraved copper sphere studded with enormous topazes from Lyron's weather machine. It should be returned to Jarek in Baldur's Gate. We have guests. Uninvited guests, I might add. Hi, I got the orb first. What are you gonna do about it?
Slave us the Orb of Thunder. We are many with sharp blades and skins of iron, and you are so few. Leave the orb and go.
See, your point about skins of iron works great up until you think about the fact that you don't have that iron skin. Your friends do. It'd be very easy for me to kill you before they can kill me.
Like you, Slavis seeks the orb for a master. But your master reeks of ill fortune. Did you not know this? Those who aid him die.
Yeah, at the hands of your masters. But you know, if I had the option to turn sides, would make me inclined to turn sides because you are the more powerful faction right now. But I doubt you'd pay very well. Not that I'm convinced Jarek is paying me very well either, but that's a whole other discussion.
You are willing to die in his service. If that was not so, you would surrender the Orb of Thunder. This is what Slavis calls a master.
I mean, he's got a fair point there, but you're making a big assumption, assuming I'm not gonna just give up the orb after we have this discussion. I just want more information before I give anything up.
Slavis means just what is spoken. Those who serve Jarek soon fall, much like the three that preceded you. They vanished with the Black Tower. You should choose who you serve more carefully. Then you must perish. Attack them.
Well, this is gonna be awkward. So, a bit of context for those who wouldn't have seen the first game. Ow, whoa, whoa, whoa. Slavus helped the heroes of the first game get into the Black Tower, which was the final area of the first game. But he betrayed them in that the water-breathing spell he used to aid them in getting through the plane of water to get into the tower only was enough to get them in and not out. Ignoring the fact that he easily could have made it last more than that. He more or less said so himself in a cutscene at the beginning of this game. That ended up forcing those adventurers to leave through the only remaining gate in that tower, leading them to being captured by his actual masters. And now the traitor is dead. It's a shame. He was a very good merchant. Just not very good at anything else. Oh, hey, full plate boots. For the most part, yes. Welcome in, welcome in. We've managed to not die recently, so I will count that as winning. Also just found some nice full plate boots, though they're only fine, not superior. I like the look of the superior half plate a bit better. That fits a Necromancer a little bit better, even though neither of them really suit a Necromancer entirely. But hopefully you're doing well. Let's see. I mean, thinking about it, I don't even need to walk out of here. I presume there's no other new threats, so let's just recall away. I don't need to waste my time walking. Hell yeah. It's always good to hear. Let's go ahead and drop our stuff off, and then we will let Jarek know that we have that fancy orb that he wanted, and that there's new threats kicking around. Well, new to us. He probably is well familiar with those lot at this point. After losing his prime adventures to them before. I'm gonna assume he's gonna be back over here in the warehouse still. Which, it's interesting that he's hanging out in this warehouse over here instead of being very open and obvious in the inn like he was in the last game. Why does he feel the need to hide now when he didn't before? Yeah, exactly.
I see you survived Liran's hold and recovered the orb. Impressive. Your reward is well deserved. Here.
I can't help but notice that I'm getting paid worse steadily here. The caravan lady paid us pretty well. The 1,000 for one of the jobs wasn't that great, but she paid 4,000 for the other one. This jerko's only giving me 2,000.
Yes, the Zentarum. I'd hoped we'd be working too quickly for them to interfere. I'll raise the reward on future missions to reflect the increased risk.
He's speaking my language, but I still don't appreciate that he didn't tell me about that beforehand.
The Black Network began as a group of powerful merchants, but now their ranks include assassins, spies, and an army. They're a powerful political organization with the backing of the Church of Bane, the diabolical god of strife and hatred.
Well, the greater good of my wallet is far more interesting to me.
The Zentarum are always looking to collect objects of power. No doubt their spies have sniffed out our purpose, and now they look to steal the artifacts for their own. There were 4 in total, including the orb. I also seek the Jade Octahedron, the Brazier of Eternal Flame, and the Oceanic Urn.
This is all information you could have given me to begin with, instead of waiting till I got one of them to tell me the rest of this info dump. I get that you were trying to make sure that I, A, would survive, and B, could be trusted, but I don't appreciate people holding things back from me. Well, let's learn about these things.
Octahedron, an 8-sided rune stone the size of a troll's fist, is located in the halls of the Hammer, an abandoned dwarf stronghold across the High Moor.
I have someone to go talk to about the halls of the Hammer, because we can buy a key for a specific room in the halls of the Hammer from a certain dwarf in the inn. We met him at the beginning of the game, and I remember. And we can afford his cost at this point as well. But do I want the last level of enchant items so I don't pay as much? It is only a 15% further cost down. No, I don't think I worry about that right now. Based on the way our fights have been going, I do think I need something that will be better at getting rid of problems. We will grab one more rank of life drain for any living enemies we fight. Because if it's an abandoned dwarf hold, it may very well be infested with, like, goblins or something like that, though we've been fighting a lot of goblins. Nope. I knew nothing about this game when I booted it up, and I picked the Necromancer in part because of a bit I was doing, more so than any effectiveness. Your options are a Necromancer, a Monk, a Cleric, a Barbarian, and a Rogue. The Rogue seemed very good, and the Barbarian probably would be a very safe solo choice. Same with the Cleric. The Monk would probably be very effective in terms of killing, but probably a bit fragile. Would be my immediate estimation of them. But it depends on how well they implement some of the other benefits of a monk. Which, based on how I saw everything implemented when I tested each class, I would say they're gonna be one of the less beneficial ones. I had made the erroneous assumption that the classes that weren't in the first... Well, then again, all the classes in this one technically weren't in the first game. But the rogue and the archer are fairly similar, and the barbarian and the warrior would arguably be fairly similar as well. But I made the assumption thinking that this would be a more effective class based on the amount of options it had available for dealing with problems. Turns out half those options don't work against a lot of the things we've faced up to this point, because there's been a lot of undead and other non-living enemies. Yeah, it can get, I think they call it hero grip or something like that in this one. So you have very, very high physical damage output, but there. You just probably would want to make sure to have, like, one blade, one blunt, or just a pair of each in storage just to cover against skeletons and such. Because that's been a bit of a problem, because we had a pair of longswords before, and it was an issue when we had an entire building full of skeletons that I could not harm. Because I didn't even have fire arrow at that time. Actually, no, I did, but fire wasn't very effective against skeletons either for obvious reasons. We'll bank these remaining points. We worked that out by just recalling back and buying some maces, and we sorted that out just fine. That's also where I got this staff from, is part of the way through there I purchased a staff and upgraded it to the flawless dervish that it is now. So that is probably getting replaced soon. Is I have plenty of room to upgrade it further.
Welcome back.
God damn you, game.
Welcome back. My prices
I didn't expect it to take me to the same shop interface, so I'd immediately hit back out when I accidentally hit the workshop one. So I wanted to double check what was available in here right now. But I don't think there's anything that will actually be better for me right now, because this Staff of the Warp would be nice. But again, what I was saying before, I would have to take the gem out of it and add it to mine, because my staff is a better quality one.
I receive new shipments frequently.
The only real improvement I could do for a staff right now would be to just put more runestones in the one I have. And yeah, the best we could do here is the fine chainmail, really, and I have no reason to spend that price for it. So I think we're just holding for the minute. I didn't have anything left to sell, right? I came through and cleaned up already? Yeah, okay. So let's go see our dwarf friend about a key, and then we'll head off to the Halls of the Hammers.
Yes, it so happens I have the vault key.
Right, his highest price is 4,000. Will he give it to me for the 1,000, though? Yeah, I kind of figured.
For some like that, it'd hardly buy me boots.
2,000? Nope.
Not likely.
3? Nope, he wants 4. Okay.
Well, now, that seems a fair sum. Here, done and done. The key is yours.
Can't blame a guy for trying to save some money. Because we got... Actually, no, I paid top dollar for the map to that other dungeon before. Because it was only 500 gold to pay top dollar for it. So I'm like, eh, you know what, sure. It'll probably pay for itself anyway. Now we have that key, and I'm presuming that it'll be very important for us to have that key going where we're going. Because as a follow-up note, in case it wasn't... Actually, no, I did make that fairly clear, but just in case. The only gameplay I had done of this before now was playing this game for like a half an hour years ago, and that was back when the emulation was a little worse than it is now for this, where it just didn't work. It is thankfully now working basically flawlessly, which is convenient. Ah, lizards. Okay, I can drain those. Give me your life force. You can't kill me now, because I can steal your souls. This is where the Necromancer shines, being able to just stand here and life drain and basically be unstoppable unless he gets staggered, pretty much. I was gonna say unless he gets stopped, and then went, hang on, that sentence is stupid, don't say that. Unfortunately, we do still have a bit of a fragility problem, but that's to be expected. This would be ideal if I had a second pair of hands that are better than this garbage skeleton to protect me. But we make do with what we have. That remains my chief complaint with specifically the Necromancer, is that enemy dead only levels up 3 times and only gets you the same skeleton just with better stats. And I can't even say that he's got better stats because he's been pretty useless half the time. It's very unfortunate. Like they really half-assed the Necromancer part of the Necromancer.
You've driven the troglodytes off. I am Landon, and owe you my thanks. Alas, if you'd only come sooner.
Okay, they're troglodytes. Hard to tell the difference at this angle.
Troglodytes. I'd heard there were raiders on the moor, but so many. They must be based in Brigand's Hold. My lord and Lady Cadmere were traveling back to Baldur's Gate from Waterdeep. The wagon was attacked.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
I believe all the other guards are dead. I saw Lady Cadmere being carried off over one of the brute's shoulders. I do not know what happened to my lord. Will you help them?
Yeah, I guess.
Several miles west of here, a ruined keep and village. There's little left on the surface, but there's supposed to be an extensive network of cellars and dungeons below ground. Bandits often use the place to hole up.
It'd be very convenient if the Halls of the Hammers is exactly where we're going for this ruined keep, too.
I'll mark it on your map. I'm in no condition to fight, so I'll check my fallen companions for survivors and continue down the road for help. Farewell.
But to a certain degree, it's nice to see that there are small variations like that between the character choices in terms of benefits outside of just your class's abilities. Even if it could be annoying in other cases where it's like, wow, I get charged an arm and a leg because this guy just doesn't like anybody that isn't a dwarf. Snag all that and we'll deal with that later. That's an exit over here, which leads back to the world map, which is not where we want to go yet. So presumably, well, then again, he did say he marked the place on my map, so maybe he leaving would actually get us where we're going. But we have more to profit from here still. No real surprise there. I had already assumed that at the very least, they'd be more willing to talk to a fellow Dark Elf. Because earlier on, she just wouldn't even talk to me. But I assume there's A time and place for that, or B, only talks to the Dark Elf character, which, that's fine. Okay, yeah, that was all there was to this place. Aside from this other path all the way over here. But I doubt this is going to be worth my time. Yep, because it's all blocked up. Theoretically, I might be able to find a way to squeeze through there, but it's probably not worth it. Yeah, it's the edge of the map anyway. Even though the minimap shows there's territory over there. Nothing new there. But I take it from what you've been saying that you've got a solid bit of experience with this game, then. Yeah, we've got Hall of the Hammer now and the Brigand's Ruins, so they are separate places. May as well go ahead and clean these ruins out. It should be profitable. And I've already given up on getting this done within the time how long to beat set anyway, because that really seemed like it was a lie either way. So I still don't understand how a 3-act game and a 4-act game can end up the same length. That there would have to be some real shortcuts taken at some point for that to work. But, you know, not impossible. Just unlikely. Ah, fair enough. This is the only one I would... Well, maybe not the only one, but one of the larger ones from this time frame that I ended up missing, because we just didn't have this one. We had the first one, but not this one. And at some point, I'll probably end up doing a bunch of the other ones as well. Like, I already talked about doing the Norath games. So I may be a bit more patient about getting someone else for that one. There's probably going to be a break between this and any other ones anyway, because doing both of these back-to-backs already kind of worn that down a little bit. Like, I'm reasonably familiar with both of those games, so it's not like I would have trouble getting through it. It would just be a much better experience with an extra pair of hands. I feel like there's a missing word in that sentence. And usually I can fill in the missing word, but this one, I'm not sure what word you lost there. There you go. I kind of assumed, but I wasn't sure if you were going to say, like, it's very difficult or very jank as well were options for that. Because for all that I have good memories of them, I also had very positive memories of the first of these two, and I certainly forgot a bit of the jank that was in that game. Yeah, my biggest problem as far as getting somebody for this one is I think I just was not patient enough. I gave people in my circle like a week's notice about this because I'd finished the first one. Well, yeah, because weren't all four of them the same company? Or was there a split there? I don't remember. And I seem to recall that the two Norath games come after these two. As far as release date goes, that is. There's no connection between them, of course. Being entirely different settings. But I don't know if you'll remember better than I will, because I looked at all that information when I was deciding to do the first Dark Alliance, which was a week ago. So I've forgotten most of the information, partially, at least. Yeah, like a week of time was not enough to convince people to jump in for this idea. Especially not on a week where everybody seems to be busy. But, you know, sometimes you gotta just make do with what you got. And honestly, none of the things we had difficulty with are things that would have really been solved by a second player. Because the worst parts of this have been those escape sequences that they forced into this for some reason. Like, I really still don't understand why those even exist. Aside from as a simple matter of, oh yeah, we gave you the ability to go faster, so here, let's make sure you learn to use it. Like, as you can see, in an area like this, we are basically just not threatened at all. Because as long as I can life drain, I don't even need to reach for potions at all. I just stand here and win. It doesn't feel right, yeah. Like, the little bit of parkour in Dark Alliance 1 felt fine, because it felt like a decent break between, you know, the just hacking and murdering you were doing the whole time. And it didn't outstay its welcome in most areas that it was in. There was just a little bit of hopping around you had to do, and maybe the occasional trap to walk around. Here, there's just been a bit of a mess in places. And I'm sure if I looked into the development of this, I probably would find an answer as to why it ended up being the way that it is. I just haven't looked into it. So I'm not interested enough to look that deep. But there's almost invariably a reason, because in every case like this, there ends up being some reason that they end up making the decision that they did. And they even thought it was a good idea. And it just didn't land. But they continued to keep it in there because it's like, well, we can't take it out. Even though they absolutely could have, unless they were, like, right up against their release date already. But now I wouldn't also be surprised if this just ends up being one of those cases that gets filed under the double-edged sword of experimentation. They try to do something a little bit more and a little bit different with this, and it just doesn't hit. It's like even the workshop feels a little bit slapped on, if I'm honest. It doesn't do that much. It is a nice feature to have, and I do appreciate the feature existing, but I do really feel like they could have done a lot more with it. But at the same time, they're also trying to stay vaguely within the D&D system that it's built on, so the workshop working the way it does make a degree of sense there. So it would have been nice if you were able to have actual equipment manufactured as well. Or something along those lines. It would remove a lot of the element of the looting, but it would make more sense for a workshop to have that capacity instead of just slapping runestones and gems and things. Especially when they consistently claim the skill of the artisans they have available for that workshop. But at the same time, I also understand that there would be a lot for a PS2 game to have. Like, taking into account when this was made and what it was made for, it having a workshop function like that at all is actually reasonably good. really, there's a back and forth in my brain about that. I gotta say, though, I really don't know how I feel about the fact that they implemented the enemies all being able to block. Is it does make melee combat feel a lot less effective. Which is not a bad thing, because you could just slap your way through Dark Alliance 1. So, that's not a bad thing that they did that, and I know there are things that let you bypass blocking in the more melee-oriented classes. But when your backup option early on for a caster, since you've run out of mana, is to hit them, hitting them doesn't work because a lot of things can block, it really makes it feel like you don't actually have a backup option at all. And it is just kind of annoying when you just see block, 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 block. It's like, okay, what's the point to this? All this is doing is making them take longer to die, which is an inevitability for them. They will die. Nope, bit off a little more than I could chew there, and my skeleton is too dumb to work his way through there. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the monk has an equivalent for that as well. But that leaves, like, just about everybody else in the wind as far as that goes. The cleric might get something for that too, I'm not sure. But I don't recall seeing anything like that in the rogue's roster, for example. I think the rogue is expected to use other means of dealing with enemies that can block. Much like the Necromancer is presumably expected to use other means than direct melee as well. You just don't always have that option. Is why I'm like, maybe they could have thought that mechanic through a little more. Like, just have a limit on how much an enemy could block, and that would probably sort that problem out. Because there's been so many times where this weak regular enemy is just standing there blocking 1,000 blows. It's like, yeah, sure, yep. This is reasonable that they can do that. Yeah. No, I know that's mainly what they have. I just remember seeing one or two regular, like, self-supporting effects in there too. I just didn't remember what they were. I know Clarity's in there because the tooltips mentioned that being in both the Necromancer and the Cleric's pools. Maybe the Hammer Summon, though, was the other thing I was thinking of. Because I remember seeing the Hammer Summon when I was looking through the skill list. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be a very odd cleric to not have that. And especially with the volume of undead in certain parts of this so far, I for one would be incredibly disappointed to be a cleric without that in an area like that. It's like, hey, the place where I should shine. Oh, you're saying I can't do that. Now, admittedly, you'd probably be rocking a mace anyway, so you wouldn't really have too big a problem. Just cracking some skulls. That is kind of part of their shtick, so it'd be weird for it not to be there. I'm gonna need to restock on potions just because of those times where I start getting stunned too much. But we'll hit a level here in a moment, too. case in point, what was happening right there is part of the problem. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to start casting my spell again, stagger. I'm gonna cast my spell again, stagger. Just the way it sometimes just stagger locks you is also unfortunate. I'm doing something stupid by standing there and continuously casting that, don't get me wrong. That part of it's my fault. But it always just feels kind of bad when you just get a bad roll over and over and over again like that. And I could invest in a bunch of gems to avoid that happening as often. But, bleh. What do I even spend all these points on? I could finish raising Drain Life, because we seem to be able to afford this level of it just fine. I was hesitant to keep raising it because when we jumped up to level 3 of it, we started costing too much energy and we were actually having trouble even using it anymore. But I think with the amount of energy we have, we can use maxed out Life Drain without it being a problem. And unless there's a weird interaction, accuracy is useless to us because it's only for ranged attacks. It would presumably not affect our magic. And I just don't really want to spend, like, basically all of my points on Empower right now. Otherwise, I would have grabbed both levels of Empower already. That's just a lot of points. Yeah, the problem with Haste is it's yet another spell to cast, and I already have too many buttons occupied. That's kind of the reason why I'm not using nearly so many spells, is the method by which you use them is kind of clunky. If I was playing with a keyboard, I would absolutely have, like, an entire gamut of spells. But as it stands, my quick menu's filled, and I'm already gonna have to fit Melf's Acid Arrow in there somewhere. Which is probably going to replace the alchemy spell. So I then won't have a space available for haste. I assume it lasts longer the more you level it, and maybe it starts lasting a relevant amount of time, but 8 seconds kinda sucks. Like, there'd be a lot of recasting involved with that, which is why I haven't been going for that. Since I am committing to the staff, though, we'll go ahead and just max out our long weapon focus, because that's something I don't have to maintain. That's just a flat benefit. And it works well with the fact that I keep ending up having to go into melee at some point. But, like, this menu and this menu both upset me a little bit. I need to remember to do that so I don't forget. Like, don't get me wrong, they're better than some games menus have been. Oh, you actually change your moveset as you upgrade your focus. Look at that. I was wondering why the animations for the staff were different. Now I know. You know what? I actually respect that decision a bit. Because that's actually demonstrating character growth. Even if one could argue that it's actually disadvantageous to have those extra animations now. Because it might only be visually slower, but it seems like it's actually a little bit slower. Yeah, no, if I want to be sitting here constantly flicking through all of the spells, I would be using all the spells I have a bit more. Unless a higher level of shield reflects it, the shield we have is not the one that does that. It only absorbs. Which I have been using that. But again, that's another one I have to keep recasting, and I just get sick of recasting it after a while. Especially when I'm not threatened enough for it to be worth worrying about casting. Dang it. Just like, yeah, sure, I could be more optimal, or I could just be done already. Yep, we found an advanced Trog in here somewhere. It's like, why do I need a shield when I can just stand there and do that, for example? Like, even this guy, he's very slowly dying. It's not gonna be good enough for him. He's got a little too much health, it looks like. But it's comical that I can just stand there and do that to begin with. Because I drain enough health that he can't kill me. I also should have cast shield after summoning the undead. It's possible? And there's the blocking. There we go. Found the key. You know, for having all that health, he didn't really drop anything other than that key, though. I don't know why there's such a delay when the gold drops. Like, I very clearly walked through where that barrel was after I broke it. There we go. Not bad. 4,000 coins, a Grand Keen amulet, which I might actually wear. At least till I make a better one. And even more money where they disappeared from. Empty cell. I'm assuming all of these other cells are probably empty. But just in case there's like a piece of money sitting on the floor or something. Alright, but that's this place done and dusted. And, well, there's that other path over there we can still check. Probably not gonna have anything worthwhile, but just in case. You never know if a piece of full plate's just gonna be sitting in a box over here somewhere. Which it still feels weird to be a necromancer wearing full plate, but that's going to happen at this rate because we have the ability to wear it. And it's not like I have to worry about spell failure from wearing heavier armor, because that's not implemented in this game. I gotta say, even maxed out life drain is starting to fall off a bit, though. Its biggest advantage is the amount of targets it's hitting. So that's also why an advancement quest of some kind would make sense. Especially considering we're in Act 2 and I'm, like, most of the way through all the things I would care about, option-wise. Like, obviously we have plenty of levels on Flame Arrow and Melf's Acid Arrow left to do. But we've maxed out a bunch of other things, like, immediately. The only reason I didn't even question that harder is there was a fair few things we maxed out near immediately in Dark Alliance 1 as well. But I sure do hope that Animate Dead becomes better later then. So I think in part I'm spoiled by the way Necromancers and other action RPGs work, where they get to summon multiple undead if their undead aren't that good. To make up for the fact that they're, you know, just, say, a basic skeleton.
Welcome back. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons. The work of local master craftsmen as
Well, we'll find out when we get there.
and arm.
If there isn't, I'm going to be disappointed, because why be a necromancer if your necromancy sucks? Superior chain helmet. Did I get a good... No, I have superior scale, and chain is better than scale, so we will put that on. We got fine full plate, so that replaces... No, that doesn't replace the superior... Well, it does if I really want to. They're basically the same. It is... But it's a lot less funny when you're relying on him and he gets obliterated instantly. Earlier on, I was relying on him and it was a bad experience because he was just getting dumpstered. It's like, okay, my skeleton will save me. Gets one shot even though he's max upgrades. Love that. Love that for me. It's like some of the bosses would literally just hit him once and he'd explode. And it makes you really wonder what's the point to summoning him if he just gets batted away like a small child. And especially back at that point, max upgraded enemy dead was basically my entire mana bar for a skeleton that just gets flicked away like a little bug. Just like, come on now. Feels bad, man. The fine chainmail would be better armor. But the lower weight of the face scale now. I could always buy both of them and then take the stuff out of the scale mail, put it into the chainmail, but I probably wouldn't be able to afford that right now. I'd be able to afford buying both, but not the transfer yet. And I would also probably more than likely find better armor immediately afterwards, since I've been finding all that plate of everything other than my chest laying around. You know, we'll go ahead and just put those on even though they don't look as good.
Welcome back.
We will more than likely be replacing all of the above before long anyway. At the rate the treadmill for this seems to be going. Now, the thing is, I do have all this money and nothing to spend it on unless I want to upgrade something. I do really need a better staff. But he doesn't sell a better staff. Because this staff down here isn't flawless, it's remarkable. And based on the damage difference between +1s, this is clearly the better staff. I just need probably better gems in it, or at least more of them. Which I could do that. We could break this down and make it better. Considering I will have to waste money on that? No, probably not. Not unless I can actually get people for that one. If I get people for that, I'll do it, because it'll be good for a bit at least. But that is not gonna be something I will spend my time by myself doing. Absolutely not. Okay, yeah, that is just +1 wisdom. Oh, right, they did pull that from sale, didn't they? It's just gone. I completely forgot that it got pulled because it just got so quickly forgotten because it was a bit of a dumpster fire. I don't... Oh yeah, I'm on the upgrade menu, not the sell menu. Yeah, no, I knew it was bad. Like, I already had a impression of it when I looked at it before it even came out that it was probably not gonna be great. But I was willing to give it a shot, and then when it came out, I remember it just being absolutely panned, even by people that are usually very forgiving. And it's like, you know, I'm glad my instincts were right about that. Even if I'm sad that my instincts were right about that. Because that should have been a good, like, get a handful of friends around and just fuck around game. And it just apparently wasn't. Yeah, you can't really get rid of those things once you get them.
find no other merchant with quality and price.
Yeah, let's buy a bunch of runestones. I'm gonna do a thing.
Adventurers for over a decade.
What do I want to put in it, though? Now I need to remember what these were doing. I could just make a very good stat item as well. In fact, actually, that might be a better idea.
High prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Because we still aren't wearing a necklace. So I keep hemming and hawing about the one to make next. So if I break this one down, I could put more runes and more pearls in that and get more wisdom out of this. And yeah, I could understand on that, because at least then you'd have the complete package. Even if the complete package isn't that good, it would at least be complete. Let's see, so I need pearls for that. Okay. This is gonna take a second.
Arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Let's see if that's enough pearls to make this as good as I'm gonna want it to be. It probably isn't enough rune stones for what I'm trying to do here, but I'm just gonna put all the rune stones in there and see what happens. And then I'll pull rune stones back until it stops working. Okay. That would only get me +3. I presume I'll need a 6th pearl? I might even need more rune stones to get this to be +4. Not sure what the ratio here is. We'll grab one more of each, though, and see what happens. That may even have been enough rune stones already. Yeah, 9 is enough rune stones for +4 already.
Someone else's? You've come to the right place.
So I probably need 8 pearls to get to +4 then, because it's probably 2 per. Yeah. Now, why I'm going for so much wisdom, I'm not entirely sure. Like, part of that's just, it's the stat I know I can raise.
High prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
The smarter man would have been doing this with the strength increase. If for nothing else but the carrying capacity we discussed before. And we still don't know what all of those gems do, so there's probably one that does intelligence in there somewhere as well. This is as much a proof of concept. Yes, that does work. I can't quite afford it now because of all the fucking gems I bought, but I can fix that. That's easy to fix.
Quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Because I have 2 necklaces, don't I? Yes, I do. I have more than 2 necklaces, in fact. So let's get rid of one of these superior amulets, and then I can afford that necklace. And I also could have just done, like, 4 and 4, like, 2 wisdom, 2 something else.
Armor to protect you from someone else's.
But my XP gains. There we go. Our wisdom is now as high as our intelligence. All of that just to get 20% more experience. $110% should have spent that on literally any other statistic, probably. But this amused me too much. Once I started the process, I started laughing about it, and then I just had to commit to it.
Welcome back. You'll find no
I am going to clean up some of these gems. I just need to remember what they do. The ruby I know I didn't need anymore, because it didn't do something I cared that much about. Imperial Ring of Protection just does armor class, so I don't really need that either. That doesn't need to stay. Imperial's worth more than Superior, so we'll get rid of the Superior. We also don't need so many of these rings and such to begin with, as I've mentioned on numerous occasions, but I just keep carrying them around because they don't really weigh much, and I just keep being lazy about getting rid of them. Okay. Now our experience gains are much higher. We go back to the world map to go to the Hall of the Hammer. I presume we don't need to turn in that quest because it already gave us experience credit. Yeah. There is no quest for that anymore. And the map is gone, so there'd be no going back to the guy anyway. Save and then carry on through this place. Our actual objective, the Hall of the Hammers. This is a strong slime. Right, I don't have any mana potions. Wow, remember how I keep complaining about the skeleton not being that good? Yeah. Also that. We may be encountering a scaling problem. Because we were not having much trouble up till now, and now suddenly... splat. Thankfully, I still have a method by which I can massively outrange them. There's always a solution to a problem. I don't even know why I'm summoning you, but I'm gonna summon you anyway, because it maybe, you know, it makes me feel better, I guess. It's like I was able to life drain my way through the first slime we ran into, but I don't think I could do that against the multiple slimes that were over there. Hell, even against this one, it's a little touch and go. And I do still have my throwing knife, but let's be real here. That's not gonna do a lot here. So we may have a slight problem. Oh boy! Hi. Huh. I might be a little out of my depth here. Yep, definitely trolls. Definitely need fire to get rid of trolls. Is with the skeleton just getting eviscerated by the acid damage, which makes sense. He's basically useless against those slimes, so I can't use him as a meat shield. My shield spell is inadequate for these things. And I can't say I feel like I should be under-leveled at this point, because we did a lot. Like, I haven't really left much behind. Obviously, some of my choices are less efficient than they could be. But that still shouldn't lead to just getting obliterated like that quite so easily right after an area where we weren't having any trouble. Obviously, damage types taken into account. We also were fighting slimes like this not that long ago. These just are stronger versions of the same slimes. And apparently, very much stronger. But it's time for the coward's method of shoot arrows from very far away when the game lets the arrows aim correctly. There we go. And this is why I have Fire Arrow to begin with, is for solving problems like that. Right? Yeah, see, this guy doesn't even manage to hit me. So I guess I just have to be really careful whenever the slimes show up. And obviously make sure to burn the trolls. All this and they're still giving me lesser rejuvenation potions. We started getting some regular ones in the observatory area. But apparently they're not committed to giving me full ones constantly yet. Which is another odd decision. You would think by now in Act 2 we'd be getting regular ones. Ow. Sounds good. You have a good night. Appreciate you hanging out and giving a bit of background on all this for me. Meanwhile, I've got to figure out how to survive in this mess that I found myself in. Though at the rate we're gaining experience, maybe I am actually a little behind the curve. Though I do have boosted experience too, so we'll see. It also makes sense that dangerous things like trolls would also be giving a decent amount of experience. And we did get a decent chunk from the quest too, so no, it makes sense. You know, that's a whole other question now that I think about it, is whether quest experience is affected by our experience increase. Because in some games it is, some games it isn't. Worth thinking about as well. Not that thinking about it will accomplish anything, because without somebody who knows that information, we're not going to get answers there. Well, this looks miserable to get through. And of course we were spotted immediately, because it's not like there's any cover here, and we're standing in the open. Nobody ever claimed we were good at this. Oh, outside of all the people in the town that were convinced we're some kind of great hero. But what do they know? Answer? Not much. Gonna go out on a limb and assume I can't make that jump. Thankfully, I've got plenty of, I presume, orcs to sustain myself with here. Because the other things I thought were orcs were hobgoblins, so... these would then have to be orcs. Saw something. I must have picked it up already. Okay, this leads around to where I killed these guys. Which I presume would actually be your method for getting to them to kill them if you didn't have a means of just reaching across the pits and killing them. Very quiet in here. I mean, I guess it is just a cave, but I feel like there could have been a little more going on in here, noise-wise. go all the way over here, even though crossing these skinny bridges is very concerning. Considering one slip and we are loading our save. Though at the rate these combats are getting to, one slip and we're loading our save anyway. It would just be a different kind of slip. And you know, it's a hell of a thing to think about while I have time to think about such things. It wasn't that long ago where we were barely making our way up to 700 followers, and here we are at 770 now. And on a completely different note, I may as well announce this because I already mentioned thinking about it on social media already anyway. I'm feeling doing another clearathon this month. In part to take advantage of September, just to put that out there in front of y'all straight up about part of the reason why, and because it was a lot of fun to do. But it'll be a bit different this time. Like, I feel like I gave myself a little too much leeway and choice last time. And part of what made it difficult for y'all to pitch games in was probably also a little too wide a gulf to try to figure out something within. Like, you guys had basically anything and everything to pick from, as long as it was within a time frame. So what I'm going to do this time is each day is dedicated to a different system, which is going to make it a lot harder for me in some ways, but I think it'll be more interesting as a result of that. Like, on some systems, it'll actually be quite easy to find a bunch of short games that I could probably get through that I haven't done yet. Like the NES, the Game Boy, and things like that all have pretty short stuff available on them. Where it'll get tricky is if it lasts long enough that I have to start going for more complicated systems. Like, if by some miracle it lasts like 5 or 6 days and we get to like the PS1 or something and I have to figure out games that I could fit into a day off of that, it'll get a lot trickier. But I think giving y'all a system to pull from as far as what to suggest off of like an incentive and such would be easier than what I was doing before for the clearathon, which was just, yeah, just toss me a game that's shorter than this in order to have something to fill in. It's just like, you know, maybe that's asking too much, because that's a lot of potential information for people to sift through to try to pick out something. Narrowing the focus may make it easier for everyone, as far as that goes. But by all means, if people have thoughts on that, you know, feel free to pitch the thoughts at me, either here or social media, etc. I am open to rethinking that if people have suggestions that will make this a smoother and better experience for everyone involved. This is just me tossing the thoughts around, because I'm not planning on, like, jumping into this immediately. Though a part of me wants to just go and do it next week. But even doing it next week, there's plenty of time before, or next week actually would be starting, considering, you know, it's just Tuesday right now. That gives me 6 days before the first day of next week to have at least the baseline of this figured out. And since I have the framework of the clearathon already sorted out from the last one, it all kind of goes together just fine. It's the advancement of it that is a bit of a question mark. Advancement and enhancement. Which I should probably explain what I'm babbling about for anybody that wasn't here for that, which that was a couple months ago now already. So there are definitely going to be people that may have not seen the clearathon. essentially, the Clearathon was just a donathon with a challenge attached. I had to beat a certain amount of games before the timer set for that donathon ended. And everything y'all would do would increase that timer, as any other donathon or subathon, etc. would work. In this particular case, it will probably be primarily sub-attached instead of donations, both because it's more convenient for people in some ways, and y'all will be getting the advantage of the discounts and such to help along with that. So I figure that will be a better idea overall. Okay, there is nothing else here. I didn't think so. And obviously, any bonus subs and such from September will be counting. So I think that's only fair, because part of this is obviously taking advantage of the event itself happening. Now, as to what the goals and such are going to be, that's going to be one of the hardest parts for me to figure out right now. Which is part of why it may not actually happen next week specifically, because I want to give you guys good goals to go for that'll be fun to reach and also fun to experience after they're reached. Oh, there's mimics now. Love that for me. The mimics are fun. Just not really fun for me to deal with. They're fun to inflict on others, usually. Now I'm gonna have to check every box I go to goddamn open. But I guess at least those aren't the more advanced mimics that can be things other than boxes. Like, these tables could be goddamn mimics. You guys have poisoned blades, and that's a problem for me. I don't appreciate the poisoning. Oh wait, they seem to have just magic weapons in general? Is the sparks coming off their weapons changed? They turned blue. And I saw, like, an ice effect come off. Are they just, like, spell blades or something? What? Interesting. Oh, boy. Go get him, little buddy. You got this. You totally got this. Oh, right, I still have my shield on. I was like, why can't I cast the shield spell? Ow. And they have elemental bolts, too. Look at that. You know, kind of hate it here. On the bright side, my skeleton's thriving. On the downside, the skeleton inside my body is less thriving. But yeah, to finish the thought there about the Clearathon, I always have the hardest time picking goals for things like that, because I want to make it worth it for y'all to put in for. But my ability to judge the value of things like that seems to fairly frequently be, iffy. Put it one way. Because, like, obvious answers would be, like, offering an art stream or something like that. And I remember offering... I want to say I offered a Souls game as a goal somewhere along the last one. Which we didn't end up hitting that goal, so I could potentially reuse that goal. Ditto with the art stream goal, though adjusting the rates for those would probably be wise, considering they were not reached. And there is no blame to be had there, just, you know, not every goal in every event will be hit. That's just the nature of how these things go. That event already went above and beyond my expectations, is for sure. But therein lies part of the failure on my part as well, though, is I think I need to work on where I set those goals, like I was talking about. But I don't know really where to set them, necessarily. Like, as things currently stand, I think as far as sub numbers go, it'll be a little easier for me to define the goals. Is defining them to a monetary value just felt a little bit weirder, and I can't put my finger on why. Okay, you can't attack these mimics before they attack you either, which is upsetting. So they always get a free hit, even though you could very clearly tell that one was a mimic based on where it was placed. Like, that just screamed trap, and this one probably is one too. Yep. Are they just manufacturing mimics here? Tell you. Ooh, an Imperial Staff. We may be about to have another craft moment here, so if you're not interested in watching me assemble a better weapon, you know, go get up, get a drink, come back in a couple minutes. We're gonna be here for a couple minutes while I work on that.
Welcome back. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
And finish the thought I was working on. Can I even finish that thought? I feel like I lost that thought somewhere. We'll cover it as time goes on and more thoroughly discuss all of that. But that's another thing, by all means, any of y'all throw thoughts at me, either here, social media, etc. Is there's going to be posts where you can reply to it so it's easy and contained for me to keep track of what people's suggestions for things like this are.
The finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep.
And I will be more than happy to hear from all of you about that. Putting a diamond on there for disruption wouldn't be the worst idea, but it also wouldn't be the best idea.
You will find no other merchant with quality and prices to match.
I don't remember what all of these do. I think it was a coral that was raising the minimum damage, and we already have a couple of those. Let's see what we can do with what we have right now before I buy anything else. So we're one short of making it +4, which that's fine. Coral, yeah, that's the upgrade minimum damage one. But that knocks it back down to +1 because we only have one of those. That's the defending one, which is +1 armor class for each piece. 2 of those doesn't actually make that effect better, so that kind of stinks. That gives cleave, but I don't know if we can actually utilize cleave. Ooh, actually that's potential. The topaz gives shock. And I think that's why I was interested in the topaz at the time. Because I think there was an inset memory that told me, yeah, that'll make it do electric damage. So we may just make this like a decently upgraded Staff of Shock. Hey there, Azzy, how's it going? Welcome to me assembling better weapons to hopefully keep myself from getting mauled by orcs and slimes. Hopefully you're doing well. I need to clean out some of these gems too, honestly. Like, these sapphires I don't think I'm gonna use at this rate. If I do need to, I can buy them later. Ditto with the jets, now that we've proven out how that works. Usually a good idea, yeah. So, sometimes letting myself get mauled can be useful. This is not one of those times. I don't have anyone to take advantage of me being the meat shield. I think I bought one too many topazes, because I don't think we can take advantage of 3 of them. But we'll find out. Yeah, the 3rd one doesn't do anything. And that only goes up to 11 to 28. Imperial Charge Staff. The extra shock damage will be nice. But it's not quite landing the way one would expect. But then again, Staves are only gonna get so much better when they get a different text on them. I could pull the coral out of this and at least have 2 coral to use. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, the Flawless is actually better than the Imperial Staff. Guess I'll just re-upgrade my Flawless Staff then. I thought Imperial was higher than Flawless. I am incorrect. Good thing we checked. That explains why none of those numbers were making sense. And we really only need +2, so we only need 4 of those, 2 of these, and 2 of these. There we go, 20 to 32, 2 to 16 shock on top of that, and +40 to minimum damage. That's gonna be a much better weapon. We can't quite afford it, though, so I'm gonna need to sell some stuff to be able to afford the workshop work there.
The work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
We can sell the extra topaz because we only needed 2. And there we go. And a reminder for everyone, that's with me having a 60% discount on workshop costs. So you can imagine how much making these things would cost otherwise. There we go. We have a much more powerful weapon. The low end of this is about what the high end of it used to be. And it glows red and scary, which is fun. But Necromancer would leave home without a magic staff, after all. Though... I just had a hindsight moment. And that hindsight moment is I spent all my money without buying the potions I went home for. Oh well, we'll figure it out. We just need to go get a bit more stuff and then we'll be able to make up the problem there just fine. And honestly, a lot of these guys were just gonna be life draining anyway, so not really the biggest issue to be missing health. Without life drain, we'd be dead by now. They sacrificed their lives to sustain mine. So based on how this is going, I really should dedicate some time to upgrading my armor, but I'm in that awkward spot that I keep mentioning, that we have access to full plate and such, we just can't readily get it. So I don't want to spend the money upgrading something that just gets immediately replaced with something that will have higher base stats. Oh, there's more of them in there. Yep. That was almost bad. This staff, though, definitely worth the money I paid for it. Until they start blocking, because even with the magic damage, it's not passing block. That's what I was afraid of. But I was kind of hoping that the shock damage would at least pierce blocking. It doesn't. Because you would think there'd be, you know, lightning arcing up and down the weapon that they blocked with into their armor and shocking them, but nope, not quite. Definitely makes short work of basically everything when it does make contact, though. So I don't think I'll be needing to make any changes on that front for a little while. And to think, that's just a +2 as well. We could have made it higher if I had more money. We certainly had the rune stones, we just didn't have the topazes and everything to push it to +4. Which, the good news there, for those that didn't see it, is when I break something down, I get the regular gems and the item. I just don't get the runestone components. So thanks to runestones only being 1,000 each, we can actually make that work once I get a bit more cash on hand. think we all know that both of these are going to be more mimics. No, no. They faked me out. One of them wasn't a mimic. The other one was, though. Bright side, they dropped some potions. And even more importantly, we have a bunch of stuff to sell to get the potions that I initially went home for. Sorry about the back and forth there, but necessary evil for not dying.
Welcome back. You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying.
Ooh, those are full plate gloves.
for over a decade.
That is better than the fine half plate. The problem is these can't be upgraded, but at the rate I'm not upgrading things right now anyway, we'll put them on. The one more armor class might make the difference, he says, knowing that he's lying, but, you know. I gotta give hope somewhere, somehow, right? Right. Buy a bunch of healing potions, buy a couple rejuvenation potions, and off we go. Once more capable of facing off against all of the evils of the world. For now. Till I run out again. So I know what's happening here. Even though the wall is not visible there, what they did in code is actually the walls here is still solid. They just made the section of wall that's there basically invisible in order to make the arch. Which is certainly one way to do that. Look, distraction skeleton. They're not very distracted by distraction skeleton yet. There we go. Now they're getting distracted. Not effectively enough, because my skeleton's being a bit of an idiot. So that's pretty par for the course for him. Just looked like he kind of just pushed that guy over. Exactly. Ow. Honestly, I would not mind having a pocket full of sand to throw in people's eyes right now. Be more effective than some of these things that I have. Like, I thought I was actually gonna have it easy because I have the ability to, like, take control of an enemy and all of that. Turns out that spell sucks. So, nowhere near as effective as one might have thought it would be. Because they only fight for me for, like, a couple seconds, and I have to be in touch range to use it. So it's a real fast way to get my head caved in trying to do that. They're also pretty bad about actually attacking their friends when they're under my control. Curse them and having loyalty. Yep, another mimic. There we go. What to do with this level is a very good question. Based on how things are going, I think I may need to commit to upgrading my shield spell. There we go. We've maxed out our shield spell. It now absorbs 50% and gives plus 10 to armor class. That should be a lot better. It's a real shame that I couldn't have done better than that right now, but, you know. Because I don't think there's much point in starting building up a new spell at this point. Like, it's bad enough that I had to invest in Melf's Acid Arrow a bit just to make sure that we have an option in case something's immune to fire and immune to life drain. Which you wouldn't think there'd be that many instances of that being a problem, but we've ran into a lot of instances of that being a problem. Is an issue with determining your skill set in a game like this is not knowing what you're going to be up against. turns out I chose a Necromancer in a game full of constructs and undead. As you might imagine, doesn't really work very well. We've thankfully found a couple places where there's enough living foes that I can take advantage of that, but, doesn't always work out very well. It's kind of funny in a way that they didn't put a Necromancer of any kind in the first game, where there was a lot more living enemies to fight. Though then again, we would have gotten kind of screw-jobbed in the final area as a Necromancer, because the final area had a lot of constructs in it. Bunch of golems, bunch of gargoyles, which you can debate for a bit whether gargoyles are constructs or not, and that'll really depend on what universe you're in at the time, which answer is correct. One-on-one, I may as well just slap them down with the staff, because the staff really does make fast work of them. It's just a lot safer using Life Drain, because I can keep them from killing me. Of course, you know, upgraded the hell out of my shield spell and then promptly forgot to cast it again. I can probably actually go toe-to-toe with him a bit better now with that shield. Yeah, no, I'm taking so much less damage now. We have solved our problems. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely one of those, it's not wrong, but it doesn't entirely feel right either. Like, they almost feel like a creature that would change type depending on the state it's in at the time. Oh, there we go. That's where the key we bought goes, to this door in particular. Now, is there treasure worth the amount we paid? Hey, speaking of constructs, look, an animated weapon that wants me dead. Wait, what? I can actually drain that? You fucking what? I couldn't drain the other animated items. Why is this one different? Or is there an invisible body attached to this weapon? Okay, doesn't care about fire. Learn that. Really just shreds my health. That much is clear. Don't know if the shield's gonna be enough to stop that. Oh, there we go. Huh. Oh, it just gets back up, though. Just gets right back up. Okay, the key's paid for itself. Just in pure gold value already, but, this whole flying sword... Well, I think that's more like a flying war pick that wants me dead is kind of upsetting. Looks like I got all the money and the items, so time to go. And especially since that thing doesn't stay dead, I have no reason to fight it any further. What did I actually get out of that? 2 suits of regular chainmail, a fine full-plate helm. Okay. Okay. Sold. Does not really suit particularly well, but we're gonna wear it anyway because it will protect my skull. And this flawless studded leather is actually better than our fine scale mail, which makes me sad. Oh, back to showing our chest to the world, even though somehow we're better protected doing that. Feels even weirder having our chest exposed and a full plate helmet. Fantasy armor. Okay, 3rd deep. Let's go. Between the increased armor we just picked up and the increased shield, though, we should be fine now. We just had a bit of a shock when we came in here and the slimes were deleting me. You know how I just said we might be fine? I may be suddenly changing my opinion on that thought. Yep, that sure is a chimera, all right. Doesn't seem particularly concerned about my drain spell. Definitely hits pretty hard. And it's flying, so I can't hit it in melee either. Oh, there we go. It's land and it's back up. And it's landing. It's back up. Okay, so apparently just because it was flying, I couldn't drain it. I seem to have broken it slightly. There we go. Ow, it's not broken anymore. Also, my shield wore off. So I guess that's the key here, huh? I gotta wait for it to land and then I can attack it. Oh, no reason not to just be guarding the entire time it's airborne then. It's a good thing this thing doesn't have, like, resistance to everything it can do. Otherwise, that would be a very big problem for me. Come on, just land again. Come on back down. And the next contestant on The Price is Pain. Don't mind me as I do my little shimmy because he keeps raising his guard even though I'm holding the guard button whenever an attack's getting ready to come in. At least that's what I'm assuming. And damn you. You would think with all of our magic we'd be able to knock this thing out of the air, but no. This Necromancer doesn't know how to point up. See? He just flies under him. Disappointing. Yep, shield's off. Shield's on again. Ow. Down, please. I'm gonna start looting while I wait for you to land. Bored now. Look at how bored I am. You should totally do something about me just taking all this stuff. Okay, this mimic's gonna be an inconvenience. Really would have paid for my hubris there if I was in more danger, but, you know. I feel like my skeleton might be why he won't land. I think he's just stuck on that right now. So he just will not land. This is very, very inconvenient for me. I may actually have to let the skeleton get destroyed. Just so he gets unstuck. Actually, there we go. I just moved the skeleton and now he lands again. Yeah, I think he was literally stuck on the skeleton. Like, he couldn't land because the skeleton was, like, slightly under him. So he was just stuck forever trying to land, but couldn't land. Oh, the jank of this era. The jank of every era, really. So I can't say there's any era of video games that don't have some jank. There we go, Jade Octahedron. You recovered the Jade Octahedron, an 8-sided Jade runestone from within the Chimera's bowels. That's an unfortunate place to find that. It should be returned to Jarek in Baldur's Gate. I hope he knows that I'm not gonna bother cleaning it. He's gonna have to deal with that. If I had to pick it up like that, he's gonna have to take it that way. I can't recall from here because I'm probably gonna have to fight my way out of here. Because more than likely we're gonna get jumped just like we did when we tried to get out with the Thunder Orb. Oh, bring it on. Where's the second boss fight? Nobody? Yet? Okay. Just walk out, I guess. Seems mildly suspicious. And save the game. Or is this going to be an escape sequence one? Because if the whole hall starts crumbling, I'm going to be very cross. So far, it's too quiet. And I'm definitely one of those people that doesn't like that phrase, because it usually ends badly. But right now it applies. There's nothing happening. It's very suspicious. Oh, I just couldn't recall from that room. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't recall from that room. Well, never mind.
Welcome back, friend. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons.
I just kind of assumed that I was going to be in danger. We are going to be making a lot of money here. Okay, yeah, I had the full plate gloves. Every time I get rid of one of my good items, I'm like, am I sure? Is that the right thing to get rid of? Do I have the replacement already? And there's nothing to buy, really. I should buy more potions. Before I do any big spending, let's grab a bunch of both potions and a couple recalls, because I am low on those. Now we'll go report to Jarek, in case something bad happens the second we report it to Jarek. And this way we can also get paid, because he promised a higher pay rate this time. If he doesn't, he's gonna learn what happened to that Chimera. He will learn the full brunt of my disappointment.
Few ever return from the depths of the halls of the Hammer, and with the Jade Octahedron besides. Well done. Here is your reward.
So you went up by 1,000 gold. You are so lucky. I, 1, can't attack here in Baldur's Gate, and 2, you're an invincible NPC. Because otherwise, you'd be tasting that torch over there in the background.
The brazier of eternal flame is a wide bronze fire pot studded with sparkling jacinth. It was once in the treasury of Dragonspear Castle, but lies somewhere in the caverns beneath the place now, having been stolen by monsters.
Dragonspear Castle's a notable location, I seem to recall. Oh, time to go get the Eternal Flame now. Because this totally isn't gonna backfire on us when I go get all of these or anything. Nothing bad's gonna happen when I bring all of these magic items together. They're totally not gonna just be immediately stolen from the Harpers because they'll be immediately incompetent. Nope, that won't happen at all. Things like that never happen.
Welcome back. I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
Yeah, that's the one that gives power attack. That just gives slight damage resistance. None of that's particularly exciting. I don't remember if any of these do anything exciting for armor. What does Jade do again? I forget. I don't think we ever actually tried Jade yet. Garbage. Garbage inside armor, at least. And I don't have any spare rings or anything laying around at the moment to test that. I know we tried Moonstones, Pearls, Jacinth, I think was tried in armor as well. I know we used Topaz for a weapon, and Topaz was Dexterity in a ring. I don't remember what it was in armor. I don't know if I've actually tried, and I don't think we ever bought an Aquamarine, so we'll try that. Aquamarine might actually be the Intelligence gem. Cold resistance. So that would probably give frost damage for a weapon. Okay. And I could just make my armor like plus this, plus that. I just can't be bothered with that. I would rather have it have bonuses as well. And I know that's cutting me out of getting some extra armor. But that's fine. Let's grab a cheap weapon just so we can see what some of these things do in a weapon. Hey, stupid. It needs to be better than trash, at least. Grab the remarkable one if you're gonna waste your money on something, so it actually allows you to put these things in it. That becomes acid damage, that makes sense. And the aquamarine just does cold damage, as expected. We know this does disruption, this was cleave, yeah. Okay. Here you go, have that staff back, I don't need that. And the rings are too expensive. I would have to buy an actual, like, magic item in order to test that, and I would also have to break it down. None of that's worth doing right now. We can just pick one up. Just fine. Oh, there's Wood of Sharp Teeth, too. That's bonus area, and I'm not interested in doing bonus areas at the moment. And of course we're getting ambushed on our way to this one, too. You awake in the middle of the night to find your camp overrun by monsters from the nearby troll claws. Defend yourself. Those are trolls. Those are definitely trolls. Lots of trolls. I can't step down there, apparently. Yes, I know I need to proceed north. I also need to proceed away from these trolls. Man, that's a lot of trolls. Oh, I still have sprint selected. Yeah, I have to burn them to pause their regeneration, and then I can kill them. Okay. Well, that was rough. One could say that it's surprising to be snuck up on by this many trolls. But trolls can actually be real sneaky when they want to be, especially when something else is motivating them. Oh, there's even more in the distance there. Hey. Hey, fuck you. See you over there. That's right, come get me. You guys wanted a piece of me. It means all of you are getting a piece. Piece of my damn fireball. Anybody else want some? I will wipe the lot of you out, just so none of you can go back and tell your boss about this. If anything, I'm probably doing you a favor with the nature of your leadership. Nobody has to report back, which means nobody has to deal with the consequences. As they've died a far less painful death at my hand already. You may have noticed the green ones appearing over that dead troll's head. That's because they would get back up, if not defeated with fire or acid. It's really upsetting. Anyway, on to Dragonspear Castle, as if that didn't happen. It's a sad-looking place. Populated by goblins. Joy. As if we haven't fought enough of these already. This is now, like, the 4th area we've had goblins in. But I assume there's gonna be more than just goblins in here. Yep, there's the big boys again. Oh, look at that, even, like, this tiny little goblin with his little shield can block my electrically charged staff. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a necromancer. I'm not exactly the strongest thing on the face of this land here. But it's still upsetting when I put all that power into this thing, only to be blocked by a flimsy little piece of metal. Held in an arm, one of the few arms scrawnier than mine. Admittedly, they're probably stronger than I am, even though their arms are scrawnier. Yeah, give me some goblin-flavored energy. Nom 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 nom. A lot of open space for a whole lot of nothing happening here, huh? But then again, it is like a castle courtyard. If there's not a lot of people bustling around, a castle courtyard would be pretty empty. There just seems to be a handful of isolated camps here in this courtyard right now. Probably because they didn't commit that hard to defending this place. Or this is just all they got. Is to your average adventurer, even these pockets of goblins would actually be relatively dangerous. Especially with their big backup. But thankfully, we have the power of being A, a protagonist, and B, an action RPG character who usually handles way more than their pay grade. Here, you know what? I'll put my shield up. Now you really can't hurt me. It is interesting, though. They powered up the slimes in the holes of the hammer, but they didn't power these goblins up at all. Like, you would think they would have, like, given these goblins some class levels or something to make them a little bit stronger, so that they actually stand up to me a little bit more. But they seem to be, like, the exact same strength that the ones we fought at the beginning of the game are, and it doesn't make sense. Like, the only way I can explain this is if they're, like, fodder for whatever's actually inside the castle. But, you know, we never did resolve that whole, Lady Dragon problem. We don't know where her lair is, either. So, you know, that could be a problem. And you know what served her? That's right, goblins. Just gonna put that suspicion on the table right now. But also makes some sense why there's only just, like, kind of smatterings of them around, is this might be what's left of the Red Fang Marauders. After they were scattered from their headquarters. But then again, they didn't... I don't know if they ever knew that they were serving that Red Dragon, since they always were working through the Red Queen, who apparently was a clone of that Red Dragon, which is a whole other thing. That's still something I'm unpacking in the back of my brain somewhere. Yeah, there's somebody hanging around over here. Hang on. Gotta get rid of the clown show first, then we can have our talk. Oh, it's a Cleric of Tempest.
Greetings, traveler. I am Feleth, Cleric of Tempest. Have you come here to enter the dungeons beneath Dragonspear Castle?
Yee.
Very well. Mighty Tempest, place your blessings upon these brave warriors who would do battle with the foul denizens of Dragonspear Castle. May your victories be many, and your death swift. Tempest be with you.
Yeah, your blessing is appreciated. Your axe would also be appreciated if you want to come along, you know.
There has been a shrine to Tempest on these ruins for many, many years now. The number of priests here has dwindled, though others should join me in time. But the church still maintains its vigil above the cursed halls of Dragonspear.
Oh, you're trying to keep things from getting worse. Okay. You know what? That's fair.
When the hero Darrow's Dragonspear passed on, his castle was abandoned and inhabited by a succession of fell beasts and monsters. In time, a fiendish gate to the very hells was opened in the castle's bowels. Armies purged the place, but priests of Tempest erected a shrine here, and so we remain, in a perpetual siege against the hordes of monsters that work their way into the castle dungeons from the Underdark below.
I am hating this place more and more the more I'm hearing about this.
It is for this reason that adventurers and their kind are always welcome here. We tend the wounds of any who aid us in our fight, and allow them to keep whatever treasure they find.
We've got demons from the various hells coming up, we've got things coming up from the Underdark. Oh boy.
I believe so, yes. As some days passed, a band of black-armored men entered the ruins. They have not yet returned.
Well, that's good and bad news for us. It's good news because those are probably the same dark armored troops that we fought in the first artifact area that are working for our enemy. If they haven't returned yet, that means they haven't succeeded. Unless they teleported away. Which is a thought.
Yes, there is much wealth to be had below. However, there is one item I would ask you return, should you find it.
And what would that be?
A holy symbol of Tempest.
Ah, that makes sense.
Lost some months ago by a young cleric who entered and never returned. You would be rewarded.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair.
May Tempest be with you.
I'll see if I can find that. Though if I do find it, it's going to be inconvenient to come back to return it, but we'll figure that out. I should be able to get to him from the world map just fine. Because none of this will repopulate immediately. It will repopulate at some point, potentially, considering the place we cleared out before has clearly repopulated since it now has a 2 next to it. And we were told in one of the loading screen tips that things do repopulate occasionally. But I wonder... What else is going to be down here based on all the things he said populates this place? It really sounds like we've got our choice of options of problems down here. It's looking like just more goblins at the moment. But I assume the further down we go, the worse this is gonna get. On the bright side, that makes it more interesting. On the downside, who knows what we're gonna find. What I can guarantee you, though, is I'm glad I have elemental damage. Is our uncertainty as to what we're going to encounter makes me always more comfortable having a variety of options at hand. And another level. Everything's at nice round numbers right now, but I think I might actually put the point into strength, both because we are using our staff a decent amount and because it'll give us more carrying capacity. A wise man would invest in constitution as well because of the extra hit points and the faster hit point regeneration, but we can also expend points on great fortitude to raise our health regeneration. Admittedly, we can do the same thing with endurance for carrying capacity, but this gives us 2 things at once that I do want. Dexterity, the range damage doesn't particularly matter, because now that our magic's a lot more consistent, I haven't even really been using our throwing knives. And charisma is an idea, but we already are getting able to use so much money that I don't think I have any reason for that. And I could push my my intelligence or my wisdom even higher, but I'm not really sure I get that much value out of that, if I'm honest. We already have enough spell points for most things I try to use at this point, thanks to maxed out clarity. I do think at this point it is worth putting some of my points into a hit of Empower, because I at least still have 7 points left over after doing that. And next level we'll probably finish Empower off to make our spells as potent as they'll ever be. Considering what we are potentially dealing with down here, I may want to upgrade either my fire arrow or my acid arrow. Except, no, acid arrow takes 8 points, so never mind. We will go ahead and upgrade our fire arrows twice then. Now it shoots 4 arrows, boost for 5 to 14 additional damage. Okay. That should work. If for nothing else, it's a much better spread of shots. So once something's close, we should be able to just vaporize it. And it's good for a room like that, is it just hits all the goblins at once. Though our life drain also does that, so... And now that it's been made more potent, it of course is a little bit easier to sort things out with. Yeah, I could just stand in their poison clouds at this point and not feel threatened. Really just kind of feels wrong as far as these guys go. Like, I'm not usually one to punch down, and this feels like punching down. Like, I am far more prone to punch above my weight class rather than down. Though it is my preference to punch evenly where I can, because I think that makes for the most interesting exchange. Is while fair fights are for suckers, fighting on a level playing field and then finding a way to tip that in your favor is where interesting things happen. Well, this is definitely dungeons. There are definitely things to torture people with down here. Give me your money. And your potions. And your souls. One of these things is not like the other. You know, once separated from their shaman, they had no hope at all. I presume that opens one of the doors we were looking at before that we couldn't open. I think there was 2 doors, wasn't there? Or was there only one? I genuinely am not sure. We will find out one way or the other, though. So, hang on. That's a lot of pings. I'm assuming it's just people catching up on what was happening in the group chat I'm in, pertaining to something else I'm doing. But let me make sure. Yep, it is just all dialogue in there. That's what I thought. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, it was all just another person reacting to what was talked about in there before. Okay. I always keep half an eye out for Discord or pings, because even if I'm in the middle of doing something here, you never know when something important may happen that actually needs my attention. Okay, that one didn't start the fireballs. That one did start the fireballs. I see. So I'm gonna guess that the whole key here is just keep pulling levers, and whichever ones don't make the fireballs go. Oh. It was just the two middle ones. Okay. I was planning this whole, like, process of elimination thought process, and, well, I didn't need it. Not that it would have been a complicated thought process anyway. It's like, okay, which ones make fireball go? Okay, none of those then. But I wasn't sure if it was going to be like I had to pull all 6 levers eventually, or if it was only 2 levers. Answer, 2 levers. Did we pick up anything cool? Not really. The only cool thing was shoddy. And over here, the maces are cool. Not maces I need, but they're not bad. Like, superior is good. Just not the right weapon type. Good for you. I die now? How about you die now? How about I drink your health and make you die? Oh, there's hellhounds. At least I'm assuming those are hellhounds based on the fact that they have glowing fire eyes and they're breathing fire. Good news, they have life to drain. You know what, though? I'll give them credit. That was the most dangerous encounter we've had so far. Admittedly, it was not at all because of the goblins. But, you know, they were there. They get their little participation medal in the afterlife because they participated in the combat that got them killed. And even a little participation medal is probably, like, big enough to be like a t-shirt for them. Oh no, it's an ambush. So anyway, their AI didn't let them run out of the doors properly, so this ambush didn't really go off. One guy ran out and got his ass kicked. You know, that was... I almost feel bad for how that played out, honestly. The first guy through the door got shafted. You found an important lever. There's another one, though. Hooray. More hellhounds. Like, even if they're not actually hellhounds, that's what I'm gonna call them, just because I don't know what else to call fire-breathing dogs with glowing fire eyes. Oh, I can't carry anything else. Time to go home. There's a reminder about killing trolls with fire or acid. A problem we were thankfully prepared for.
Shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
We did pick up some amulets and rings. I'm not really gonna make use of them, but I can at least check what these gems do now.
I have everything.
Corruption, 1 constitution. That doesn't sound like what corruption means, but sure. And Sunder, which we knew about already. as expected, Aquamarine is intelligence. So an argument could be made for making like a super powerful intelligence ring. I wouldn't make an intelligence amulet because we'd lose our wisdom. But I don't need both the keen ring and the keen amulet. And I would like to keep my strength, so I could make a ring of intelligence to boost our magic pool a bit. With where we're at experience-wise, I don't feel like I need the increased experience as much. Like, obviously, we didn't need it that badly to begin with. It was just fun. And that'll just knock us down to 16 wisdom, which will be 15% experience instead of 20. Which, that's fine. At least I think that's what'll happen. Let's take that off. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So we could replace the Imperial Ring with a Imperial Intelligence Ring. If I can afford it. Because the goal would be going to +4.
Welcome back, friend.
Make it worth the exchange. We are not going to be able to afford that. Let's pick up some of those aquamarines now. And take a look at how much we can manage. Oh, I don't have the other ring right now either. Well, we can measure it with the fine amulet. We just won't actually use the amulet. Yeah, we can get up to +3 of frost, which is 3 intelligence with what we have right now. Which 3 is not bad, but 3 is an odd value, so the extra point would be worthless. Unless I, like, leveled into it. Which we do also want to enhance the strength ring we have at some point, too, just to make it more worth our while. So if I really want to feel like a baller, I could start putting 2 stats on each of these. Like, have this be Constitution and Intelligence or something. The fact that this is the Amulet of Sorrow, and it involves Intelligence and Constitution is, that's really something. That hits the soul in a weird way. But yeah, if we have, like, every one of our enchanted items decked out with, like, 2 stats each, we could build up all of our stats. But I think for now we keep the Keen Imperial Ring till we have enough money to do what I'm thinking of doing there. There's 6 stats, so if I have 2 stats on each item and they're all different stats, literally my entire stat line could be increased. I'm probably going to ignore Charisma. Actually, no, I should ignore Dexterity because Dexterity is the least useful to me. So all that does in terms of this character is raise our armor. And we have plenty of other ways of raising armor. So that's not necessary. Constitution will be nice just to give us some more sustainability. Make us less reliant on our potions and our life draining. Speaking of, I should buy some potions.
Welcome. You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine.
Just in case. The main thing was just clearing space in our inventory. On that note... Actually, yeah, we are carrying a lot of rejuvenation potions right now. I should get rid of these lessers as well. I'm not using them.
Welcome.
We have hit the point where they are outmoded, because our energy is too high for them to be useful. I keep the lesser healing, because we do actually use those. There we go. Now we have some space in our inventory again. I'm going to be very happy, but also very sad once we have something other than leather armor on our chest, though, because that's gonna be a lot of our weight going away. Which is another reason why I want to get the enhanced strength. Got some more of them moon tents. I think that is a... Yeah, I think that is a human body on that spit there. Best not to think about it too hard. Well, once it's torn up to that point, you could just say it's meat and not think too much about it. Because no matter what it used to be, it sure ain't that anymore. Every time I'm opening these boxes, I prep for there to be a mimic again. Which makes me wonder... Oh, there's the holy symbol. Among the remains of some poor hapless creature, you find a medallion. Though it is badly worn and dirtied, the symbol of Tempest can clearly be seen etched on the surface. Oh, that was pretty quick, actually. You know what? Let's quickly run back and drop that off before I forget it exists, then. It's gonna involve a bit of walking, but it also means I don't end up recalling away and forgetting to turn it in. Because this area may not be accessible when we finish this area off. So we may lose access to being able to drop that off. Maybe I should increase my sprint just so I don't have to sit here and mash it like this when I'm trying to run back places. Hey, good news, I found the thingy.
Greetings. So, it returns. But alas, not with the priest who once carried it.
Yeah.
I ask that you take this as a reward. May Tempest be with you.
Trust me when I say you probably don't want him back, because, you'd only be getting pieces of him back, and I don't think Tempest is much for reconstructing pieces of people into full people again. It's a real shame that it's a battle axe, so I already can't use it. But improved critical and improved combat reflexes is not bad. When it was a flashing battle axe, I was kind of hoping it would do like holy damage or something. And then I would have been able to steal whatever gem was giving it holy damage. But, not so much. And I don't really think that, I will be bothering to disassemble that one, honestly, because we don't need pearls or moonstones. We don't really use either of those. But that should be worth a good chunk of money. I didn't really look at how much value it had. Probably should have, but, well, too late. We're already on the go, and I don't feel like stopping to check. We will find out when I sell it. Depending on how much value it has, I may actually see if I can dismantle it fairly cheap and then see if selling the components are actually worth more. Unlikely, but entirely possible. The second I stop, I get slammed with fireballs. Thank you for repairing the fireball damage to me, gentlemen. Your sacrifice will be remembered in... well, probably not even a footnote, if I'm honest. I know I promised that to an enemy I killed a long time ago, because they saved my life by feeding me health, but, you know... I would not be the first one to promise a piece of history to somebody and then lie about it. And I certainly won't be the last one. And a pop, 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 and a pop, pop, gone. That's a lot of fireball traps sticking out of that thing. Let's go any other direction than that one right now, shall we? Because as much as they could be useful, I don't think they'll be helpful to me particularly right now. 4 levers, so there's probably one on the other side here, and then one back in the other bit. Oh no, it's another ambush, and they're stuck in the doorway again. Here, I'll give you somebody to play with, and then I'll steal your souls. It really is a shame that these ambushes don't actually go off properly. But it's kind of on them for taking such a small door to try to send really big bugbear dudes after me. Like, look at this. This door is smaller than they are, and they thought multiple of them could come popping out of this door at me. Really just bad planning. Like, I cannot be held accountable for their inability to plan a good ambush. Like, if somebody just, like, messes up planning a surprise party, you can at least pretend to be surprised to make them feel better. When the surprise party involves stabbing me to death, I'm not really gonna pretend to be surprised at that point. Doesn't really work at that point, you know? Not the one. I figured if I ran by, the goblin would show himself enough that I could deal with him. I could also just drain life in the general vicinity and got him too. Okay, they don't have the excuse of being too big for the door this time. I think they might just be too dumb for the door. Come here, you. No, you get back here. You're not even a loot goblin, so I'm not as excited about chasing you. You're just a nuisance goblin. And now you're dead. You think your barrels can save you. It's adorable that you think cover matters against my magic. Hell, cover really doesn't even matter against my staff most of the time. I can just reach over your barrel and poke you in the nose with it. That is the advantage of a long-reach weapon, after all. Not needing to be close. I really have come around on the idea of a staff as a weapon over the years. In part because of seeing more instances of it actually being well used. And just the idea that you don't necessarily need a sharp weapon to deal with a problem. Sometimes a good crack on the knuckles convinces something to stop being an issue. Gives you more options for not necessarily having to destroy the thing you're dealing with. Though admittedly, a situation like I was painting there may destroy their confidence, but that's a them problem to a certain degree. Nom 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 nom. And no, even I'm not entirely sure what I'm rambling about at this point. Just kind of making shit up as I go along here. Come here, you. You do not need to continue shooting at me. And since I know you won't stop shooting at me, that means you need to cease existing. They really need to stop trying to do these ambushes. All it does is get them ambushed because I can see them. And then they get stuck in their own doorway again. At least this side of the area had the sense not to put all the big dudes in the little room with the little door that they can't fit through. that doesn't make me any less disappointed in them. And some could say that's the worst punishment of all, just being disappointed in them. Why is this area so much bigger than all the other ones? I assume there's just a lever around here somewhere. Now it's a prison bit, that's why. That makes sense. Quite a few of them in here, too. Hi, I'm in here with you now. So, funny thing about just hopping over the barrel defenses, now they can't get at me. Okay, fine. Come get me, oh no. What a shame. That really didn't work out for you very well, huh? It's like they weren't prepared for adventurers that have functioning knees. They heard about all those guys that took arrows to the knee and just assumed all adventurers had arrows in their knees, I guess. Part they're forgetting is that they stop adventuring after they get shot. I really am gonna start just running away from these things when I open them now. Because I fully expect we're gonna hit the point where they start exploding too. Because the last game, partway through the game, they started putting bombs in the chests, and I'm surprised it hasn't started happening here yet. Makes me very suspicious. So, you know, a thought occurs to me. If I am planning on, you know, if I do end up running the clearathon next week, that's gonna complicate finishing this, considering we're obviously not getting this done today. And if I'm running the clearathon next week, then I can't fit in the lurkit thing I said I needed to cover within the next, like, 10 days. So that puts me in a bit of an interesting position, but I'll figure something out. It won't end up being a problem. It's just one of those things where it's like, wait, I have conflicting concepts here. And I could, of course, you know, push it to the week after next. It's not like it has to happen immediately. But I don't know. I'll have to spend some time thinking about that. You know, maybe it's just me, but standing near all these torches as your defensive position, maybe not the best idea. Because not only can you probably not see shit past those torches, but you've massively illuminated your own troops. For anybody coming down that hallway. Now, admittedly, you might be able to just shoot your arrows through the fire and, like, set people on fire, so there's that. But maybe you should have had those fires be a little lower. Maybe just a little lower. Can't help but notice that I'm still missing a lever somewhere. But no, I bring up not being able to finish this as conveniently as I would like, because there's no way we're finishing it today. So far, so good. We cleaned up through the last one pretty easily, and we've been having a bit more trouble here with 2 here and there, because the Necromancer's not resoundingly effective in all cases. And there's just been a couple poorly thought out sections, but it's overall been a good time. I would say on the whole so far the first game is a better game, or at least it's a more coherent experience. Like this one meanders a little bit more. Which, if that's what you want, that's great. If it isn't, then it doesn't work. I do think part of my problem is a problem of expectation, a little bit. Because I came into this with the expectation that it would be a similar length to the last game. Which I have to assume must be true under a specific set of circumstances, because otherwise it wouldn't be listed as such on how long to beat. But it just doesn't quite line up. Because we are approaching that 12-hour mark at this point, and I'm still in Act 2. And obviously not every bit of something like this is going to be memorable. That's just not how this genre really works. Obviously some games manage to make the majority of their moments memorable, but that's a rarity. All that for the last lever, huh? Okay. All of this was so nice and symmetrical till these two bits up here. Then it's all just out of shape. But we can go where we need to go now, so there's that. All of that just to open, presumably, this door here. Ow, and get hit with fireballs, only to look at an empty tomb. There ain't even a body in here anymore. Maybe this is a fake tomb. Maybe they just put a bunch of golden traps in here. So this does lead to the caves, which is where we actually want to go, because this is where the item we seek is. Because it used to be up top, then it got stolen by monsters, and now it's down here. Because we're trying to find 4 magical items attached to each of the elements in order to give to our Harper handler, who is totally not gonna do anything stupid with them at all. So I think we all know better than that. Especially for the way the plot seems to be geared up to go. They're gonna try to do something with the Onyx Tower, and then it's gonna get taken out from under them by the gentleman who we keep seeing interludes at the Pale Keep. Because he's already said as much that, like, oh yeah, they're gonna try to get the Onyx Tower, but haha, I'm the only one with a working gate there anymore. I still am not entirely sure why the Onyx Tower matters as much as they're convinced it does. Those are Driders. Those are definitely Driders, one of the many things I was expecting to see down here since they mentioned the Underdark. I hate it here. You seem to be kind of stuck. Here. Just kill it with fire. Ordinarily, I would feel bad, but no. No. Not at all for this thing. Here, have some acid too. Enjoy that. Burn from the inside and the outside. Horrible thing. I suppose I should be thankful these are nowhere near as effective as you'd expect riders to be. See, I already don't particularly like spiders. You know what I like less? Massive spiders that also have working human arms. Or in this case, drow arms. Just very upsetting concept across the board there. 0 out of 10, not a fan. Thankfully, these two don't know how to aim, so me standing in this hole means they straight up can't hit me. They're just shooting over my head. Exactly, yeah. It's just not good. Like, if you want something powerful and dangerous in caverns, it's great. But I just don't want to have to deal with it. There we go, another one down. So, I will say, not the worst thing that could be coming up out of the under... The fuck is this thing? Whatever it is, it's loud and I don't like it. I don't remember what those things are. I feel like I should know what they are, but I don't remember what those living stone formations are. And no, for those unfamiliar, there's a lot of very bad things in the Underdark. There's a reason why most sane people don't go down there. It's just bad times all around. Why does that thing's attack turn me around? This is so annoying. Stop that. Get stunned, idiot. You know what? I forgive you. You gave me an emerald, which I can't buy. I'm slightly more inclined to forgive these things' existences because they at least drop gems. And we did find some full plate gloves, but we already have full plate gloves. I was hoping that these would be one of the fine ones. Fine half plate helm is not better than our fine full plate. That's useless. It still weirds me out a little bit that we're in Act 2 and we're finding full plate. Yeah, we only got a moonstone and an emerald. That's what I thought. I was hoping for more than that. But it's fine. We still are gonna want to make use of all those aquamarines I bought at some point. But now we can go see what the emerald does. Which we know it does a magic steel ability with the weapons. Which unfortunately I'm not gonna be able to make use of yet. Because I'm gonna need more of them to make it worthwhile to put on my weapon. Because we only have 2 slots. Why is their melee attack so loud? Everything else is reasonably balanced, and then suddenly, bang, bang. Just like, but why though? Why do these things have a very loud attack? It's not even always loud either. That's the thing that's messing me up the most, I think. Could you fucking not? Okay, good. They have life I can drain too. You know what? Fine. I'm just gonna eat all of you. Bold of you to assume I care. Your argument is invalid. I've stolen your soul. This really is like the biggest perk of being a Necromancer, being able to just drain life from everything and anything that upsets me. As long as it's not made out of metal. Or stone. Or bone. Okay, the list is a lot worse when you think about it the wrong way. You know what I just realized? I could probably put, like, shock and fire or shock and ice on this weapon instead of just having the minimum damage raised up a bit. Having multiple damage types on my weapon wouldn't be a bad idea. Just for coverage sake, if nothing else. Just to make sure you don't encounter a situation where things are ever immune to it. Entirely. What are these things? Like, I don't know if these things are, like, natives of the Underdark. I don't know if they're from the demon gates that apparently were open down here somewhere at some point. So, we've got options for what the origin of these annoying stalagmites are. All I know is they're loud and I don't like them. Don't like what I just read there, by the way. That place we're gonna go into here soon. Okaloth's Lair. That sounds like something I don't want to deal with. Gonna have to deal with it. Really sounds like something I don't want to deal with. I now have a decision to make. Do I care enough to go all the way back around to the other part that I was at before, or do I just go in here? The answer, I think, is I just rip the band-aid off and I go in here. Just get it over with.
Stop. Come here, my pet. Do not resist.
Oh, that's worse than I thought.
Your will is my will.
No.
Your thoughts are like water to me. Ah, Jarek. Yes. Come to me. I am your friend and master. Jarek has given you a new task. To serve me. A strong mind. I cannot control this animal. Kill him, my pet.
So yeah, another thing that can be in the Underdark is mind flayers. Yeah. Now the question becomes, is this mind flare part of the faction we're fighting that these soldiers have come from, or did it just pick these knights up because, like, ooh, things I can control, they'll be useful to me? Could really go either way with that one. The stunning is becoming really annoying. Thankfully, we learned from one of the tooltips that magic missiles blocked by shield spells. Here, play with my e-pet. I played with your pets, now it's time for you to play with my pet. Hope you don't mind if I join in. There we go. You've recovered the brazier of eternal flame, a bronze bowl inlaid with jacinth runes from the body of Ukaloth. It should be returned to Jarek and Baldur's Gate. Okay, for having to deal with a mind flare, that was actually not that bad. Now, that's convenient. We didn't even know there was anything holding that door closed because we didn't get a chance to try to open that before the thing holding it closed was dead. Now, there's multiple reasons why there could have been something holding that door shut based on what we were dealing with here. Could be psionic compulsion, telling you not to open the door. Could be just, like, a force spell of some kind, like, forcibly holding it shut. Oh, Escape tunnel. Convenient. I was gonna, like, recall away, but there's an escape tunnel. Saves a recall potion. Which also means I would have been able to turn in the Tempest icon that I found. Yeah, we'll go ahead and walk out because I want to see if I get attacked. Though based on the fact that those knights were down there, I would assume I'm not going to run into any knights up here. And based on the fact that the item was still there, I'm going to assume that that Mind Flare was its own agent and not actually working for our enemy. And the item we were seeking just happened to be in its possession because it happened to be under Dragonspear Castle where the item was. We're made out of pretty strong stuff, though, if we can keep a Mind Flare from taking control of us.
Welcome back, friend.
That is a lot of text to get through. I'll deal with that once we're done here.
Shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
Okay, that's all the excess amulets and such cleaned up.
If you need weapons or armor to
Grand leather is still not good enough. Fine half plate is not good enough. Nope, none of these are good enough. It's worth about 2,500. Gems that were in it are a pearl and a moonstone. Yeah, just get rid of it. Okay, we're making some good money again. We really made the most money out of that place that the Lich was in, even if that place was annoying. The gear there was like the highest quality we've seen. Can I afford to do what I want to do? The answer is no, because I have to buy a bunch of these Jacinth. So I don't think the amount's gonna work out. Actually, I'm a... Oh wait, yeah, because I would... If I was gonna do the strength right now... Yeah, I scattered my brain in on that one. But we can still make it work. I'm gonna need a bit more runestone, though, to make this happen, I think.
High prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Yeah, because it's gonna cap out at +3. But this would be, at the end of this, +4 to both of these stats. But look at how much it costs to make this. This is what I was afraid of with trying to combine the stats like that. 20,000 gold, even with our hefty cost reduction that we have. Oh, me, oh my. Even if I were to try to just make the +4 strength, that's already very expensive. Like right now, all I'm doing is raising the strength that that ring had by 1. And since I committed by disassembling the ring, this is a bit of a problem. Let's see if we can make this work. I don't really need those. I need the ring itself, and I need the runestones. I don't need the 5th Jacinth. I actually got one too many, I think. Actually, no, because I think I need more than that to get the +4 for there as well, thinking about it. And I want to keep the emerald as well. The jades were for constitution, so I do want to hang on to those. I don't need the lesser healing potions. And we're not quite gonna make the money I need, so I'm gonna have to make do with lowered strength for a little bit. Unless I want to just commit to making it a +4 strength ring right now.
What are you looking for?
Which I may still be able to swing that. I just won't be able to swing the other option. Because we needed like 8 rune stones. Yeah, see, even with 5 Jacinth, actually, that's not enough. Ah. And I'm not going to spend 7,000.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Mistakes were made. And now I am sad. But it's fine. We made do with 11 strength for a long time. We can make do with 11 strength for a bit. I probably shouldn't be carrying 38 rejuvenation potions, but we'll wear through them in combat, so it's fine.
The priests of Tempest must have been sad to see you leave the halls of Dragonspear Castle. You recovered the brazier of Eternal Flame? Good. Here, your reward.
To be fair, I'm sure the Priests of Tempest will be happy to have it a bit easier for a while after all the damage we did down there. And we gained another level, and now all we have left is the Oceanic Urn to go collect. And then I presume after we do that, it'll probably trigger Act 3.
The Oceanic Urn is an aquamarine-studded golden urn, last seen in the hands of pirates based out of Seer's Cove. One of Rendalla's ships could get you there, though you'd have to row ashore yourself.
Alright. I'll go get that next. But first, level up. That is 12 points out of our 16 to finish upgrading in power. I am going to finish Enchant Item because we are starting to work on much more expensive things, so we do kind of need that last step there. Mana regen wouldn't be bad. I don't really think we have too much reason to finish leveling Flame Arrow at the moment, because it is only a 1 damage increase. Though the extra arrow is, of course, a full force multiplier, so it's useful in that regard. I could also increase our endurance to make up for the temporary decreased strength, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. It would not do anything to make us stronger. Like, Vampiric Touch, we don't even use. I grabbed that as an experiment, and it ended up not working in the way I hoped it would. There is an argument to be made for grabbing, like, Shocking Grasp for where we're gonna be going. Is based on it being the Oceanic Urn, one could assume there'd be things that would be a problem to burn here. But there was also nothing fire-based in the place where we went to get the brazier, so I don't really think that's going to be something worth thinking about. And despite the fact that I got Acid Arrow because I thought I was going to need it, I really haven't been making any use of it. So I don't think it's going to be worth prioritizing getting the point for that either. think I might actually take the Great Fortitude upgrades. Or at least a couple of them. And then we'll take the Endurance. There we go. Feels weird getting health regeneration so much as a Necromancer, but we gotta keep them costs down, you know? We are burning money left and right in order to fund all the potions and such we use. But now that we've reduced our artifact creating costs, maybe we can actually make this silly idea happen.
Welcome back.
And we did just get paid a bit too.
Protect you from someone else's. You've come to the right place.
It was 8 pearls. Ooh. Yeah, if it's 8 and 8 for that, then I need 3 more Jacinth and 4 more Aquamarines. So we're not managing to make the +4/+4 happen right now. The best I'd be able to do is +3/+3.
What are you looking for?
Which that would be worthwhile to have for the time being. But again, I don't think I can afford that. Let's take a look, though, if now that we've increased our capabilities, we can afford it.
Seeking arms and armor? I have...
We can actually nearly afford the +3/+3. Again, unfortunately, the 3 intelligence won't put us to a breakpoint, is the problem. It'll take us to a 21 intelligence, which will leave us 1 short. We do have an odd amount of strength right now, so that will actually take us to a breakpoint, which will be helpful. Where am I gonna get that little bit of money from, though? Recall potions? Rejuvenation potions? There we go. That'll work.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
I do think this will be worth our while for the time being. I really wish I could have finished making the upgrade, but there's no way I'm doing that right now. So now we have a +3 Imperial Ring of Cold Fire. And we'll be changing out this Wisdom Ring next.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see...
You know, 11 Strength, 18 Intelligence turns into 14 Strength, 21 Intelligence. Not to mention a good whack more carrying capacity. So we will be able to haul all of the goodies home that we'll be getting. Let's go talk to Ranella in order to get our ship. I'm sure she won't mind lending us a boat after everything we've done for her. And if she does mind, well, there's nothing saying I can't just take a boat. Give boat.
Greetings again, adventurer. I trust things are going well for you.
Oh, I guess I don't actually have to...
Do you know of Skull Gorge? It was the site of a great battle between men, orcs, and demons. There is much treasure to be found there, and danger. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
Well, you know, that's not what I came over here for, but maybe at some point I will use that information. Which, there is a world in which I do actually do some of these extra areas off camera in order to make myself stronger because of the amount of issues we've been having. I'm torn on that idea, though, because I feel like the issues are making the playthrough a little more interesting in some ways, but also not. You gotta be careful when you allow complications to end up in these things, because you gotta make sure it doesn't sour your experience or make it take too much extra time where people start getting bored of it instead, too. Renega, Battleheart, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. And do let me know if I am pronouncing that wrong. I'm kind of going by what I can see here, and I can never guarantee that that's correct. But you've caught us just in time to be going to get the last artifact here. Okay, I will keep that in mind. And of course, if you need to raid and run, by all means do so. I know how it can be after spending a good while doing your thing. Oh, interesting. They seem to be immune to life drain. Or the positioning wasn't working. Yep, no, it definitely is not working on them. When in doubt, burn them. Ooh, Blue Stinger is an interesting one. I have played a little bit of it. I never got around to actually playing the whole thing. But that is a very interesting choice. Hopefully you had a good time with it, because I know it is a funny game, but it can be a little bit rough around the edges if you're not used to it. The Dreamcast is also just something I need to do more with in general. There's a lot of very interesting things in that library. It just can be a little finicky to work with at times. Okay. Doesn't sound like you're doing too bad then. Glad you're having a good time. And once again, I appreciate you bringing everybody on over here. I keep debating a bunch of different things, Dreamcast-wise, for showing off here, because I do show a lot of things that people may not remember and things like that, but Dreamcast emulation is just a little fiddly. And this is coming from somebody who spends a lot of time working with emulation. Absolutely. Take care of yourself, and hopefully what you've got to run off for goes well for you. Thank you again. I'm gonna assume these are zombie pirates, or something. I don't have life to drain. And both acid and fire are working on them. So one would assume that that makes sense. And they definitely look a little worse for wear, but, you know, if you're out at sea all the time, maintaining your clothes isn't always your first priority. Though that guy has a couple arrows sticking out of him that I didn't put there. So, you know, that's a sign, possibly. Shield spell back up, because I almost forgot about that again. I'll be honest with all, I've been a little bit on autopilot again, especially with the way the last area was, because it was full of goblins that couldn't hurt me. Even though I'm just a caster, I have enough armor that goblins aren't really a relevant concept for me anymore. Because, you know, half of my... Actually, no, more than half of my armor is full plate at this point, even though I'm a Necromancer. Because they allow me to wear it, so I'm gonna wear it. Don't have to worry about arcane penalties or any of that nonsense here. Just gonna make sure one more time. Yep, still doesn't work. Okay. Which is gonna be really annoying because enemies in this game love to block, and even Fire Arrow and Melf's Acid Arrow can be blocked. So, if they resort to just full blocking all my attacks, there's really not much I'll be able to do about it. I'll just have to resort to waiting for them to burn or die of acid. Because our physical attacks can obviously be blocked just fine, too. Which can be a grand inconvenience at times, I must say. Okay, I can jump down here. You know, I half expected being waist deep in water like this that my fire arrows would just fizzle. But I guess magic fire doesn't really care about water. Systems go back and forth on that one, you know? You never really can be sure if your magic fire will work in water or not. Of course, by that same token, you would think my electric staff would also zap me to oblivion by swinging it down there. So, maybe it's best not to think about it too hard. Last thing I need is to make the world realize that I should be dead right now. Because it will then enforce that reality upon me. It has definitely done that on numerous occasions already, when I've punched above my weight class. Bad time for shield to wear off. There we go. Yeah, on the note of the Dreamcast, though, no, I don't think I could come up with enough short Dreamcast games to be like, yeah, I'll do a Day of the Clearathon for that. No. But maybe I'll showcase a Dreamcast game or two on the next short run Saturday I do. I think there are a couple reasonably short Dreamcast games. This way that system gets more attention, because Thrin is right. The system does need more love. There's a lot of systems that people just don't even think about really at this point. Like the Dreamcast gets ignored a bunch, the Saturn gets ignored a bunch, the 3DO somewhat rightfully gets ignored a lot. Well, I'll be honest, even though I had a 3DO, still do actually, there's still one sitting that doesn't entirely work at the moment. I can't really think of that many games that I'm like, you know what, I'll set up something for the 3DO for that game. Because a lot of things on the 3DO also exist on other platforms. In frequently better running versions. But there's at least one thing I can think of for the 3DO now that I sit here and think about it, that I would do. And I have, I think, just about everything set up for that. Maybe. Maybe. I'll have to play it again to see if I'm at all still interested in that anymore. Because some things just don't hold the way you might expect them to. Let's see. Is there anything worthwhile that we picked up? Not really. Like, an argument can be made for some of these things, but not enough at this point. Because we have fine full plate for a lot of things. The only thing that I would be swayed on right now, it would be the chest piece. Is the only thing that isn't full plate. And we didn't get anything better than a flawless staff yet. Keep hoping there will be, and it just doesn't quite happen. We are getting more superior amulets, which is nice, but I think Grand is better than superior. The jewelry still eludes me a little bit as far as the quality order. Then again, I also had the quality order completely wrong as far as weapons go earlier, so what do I know? Which I will say that, if you're coming in from the raid and you're looking for an expert in any particular game, you may want to find someone else. If you want somebody who will wander around a lot and show you a wide variety of things, I got you on that. Especially things that'll surprise you that anybody remembers it existed. But unfortunately, I am not a specialist. I am very much a everywhere. Yeah, these skeletons are not doing the job anymore. And the captain is also not life drainable, to no one's particular surprise, probably. I really should be putting the shield on him too, but it's fine. Oh, he actually has a pistol. Look at him. I thought that was a smaller sword in the other hand before. Just keep burning. Just keep burning. Here, have the other kind of burning. Oh, skeleton's dead again. Gotta go. Follow your nose. There we go. Let's put all his friends down. This way he's distracted with the skeleton too. I'm sure he's gonna raise all of his boys again. Yep, there they go. Back to their feet. And down went the skeleton, which is bad news for me. Okay, there we go. The skeleton actually has shield on him this time. Because you can't recast shield as long as it's active on you. For those who are like, well, why not just recast the spell? It's not even me trying to be frugal with my energy. Honestly, at this point, I have plenty of energy. That's not a problem. I just unfortunately don't have the ability to do that. The game just says no. This is unfortunately at times a game of limitations. There we go. Aha, they were undead pirates like I theorized. No oceanic urn. The undead pirates no longer possess the oceanic urn. Perhaps it lies in the legendary sea temple said to be beneath Seer's Isle. Yeah, now they no longer possess anything. You good? He's just kind of standing here. He's frozen. Frozen for all of time, standing guard. Well, you do you, buddy. That seems definitively not my problem. Onwards into the sea temple to see how badly that goes for us. Save often. Because I've had many sudden deaths occur in this game. Because sometimes things will surprise you by hitting multiple times, sometimes you'll fall in a hole. Sometimes the game will surprise you with an escape sequence. Still a little bit salty about that one. Or a lich may just appear when you walk into a study. Less salty about that one. That was a little bit funny, but also a bit annoying. Now wait a minute, we dealt with troglodytes already, but these look different. Or are these... oh, what's the name for these? There's another, like, sea race that would fit for this, and I do not remember their name anymore. These are a little bit more, like, almost froggy, so I think they might actually be the other thing. Oh, I'm out of healing potions. Thankfully, Life Drain works on these guys because they're alive. For now. They don't get to stay that way. They have chosen to inconvenience me. Another flawless ring. I don't... yeah, flawless is not better than Imperial. We figured that out before. At least, monetarily, it shows that there are that way around. Whether it's actually that way around remains to be proven. Though I think I've seen a flawless and an imperial piece of armor of the same type together before, and they were differing values in the correct direction. Should probably go buy some potions for a bit of a bet hedge here, even though I can life drain. Because if I get staggered while life draining, they could very easily just rip my health apart. Case in point, a room like this where there's a few of them. Thankfully, they all were melee combatants, it seems. Or my skeleton just confused them enough. One or the other. The AI in this game is not always the most intelligent. Now and then they just kind of spin around because they don't know what to do. This situation where this guy keeps hitting me upside the head is exactly what I was talking about with trying to drain life from something that can actually hit you. Especially when it's something that will survive a decent amount of life draining. But it is a great way to keep me from needing to use health potions. Not the most exciting way of handling things, though. Especially with, like, the grabby sticks they have here. I feel like I should know what these guys are. Maybe they are troglodytes. Because I could have swore the grabby spears were a thing they had. Huh. Maybe something will tell us what these are at some point. We'll find a piece of information that indicates, like, oh yeah, these are this. No, like, there can easily be multiple flavors of troglodyte, too, so they could easily still be trogs. I don't know. I never claimed to be an expert. And they can't exactly tell me when they're dead. No, actually no. I guess they'd be more likely to tell me when they're dead since I am a necromancer. I'm not used to being a necromancer. It's not usually my business. The most non-living things I usually work with are machines. Don't think I need my fan on anymore. Got a little warm in here with the computer and everything, but it's gotten dark out by now. Shouldn't be as warm. You know, it really is inconvenient when you look at the mini-map and you realize what you've done to get here. And you just wish you had a way of burrowing through a wall. Considering the entrance is right over there. Literally just like a few feet through this wall and we would have been back where we started. We had to walk through all of that just because they made this whole curve section here. Now, admittedly, if we didn't have all that path to take, we wouldn't have gotten as much experience because there wouldn't have been as many enemies to kill, but you know, trade-offs. Trade-offs every time.
Welcome. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep and on.
You know, I hate to constantly ruin your whole I have the finest weapons and armor thing, but Bear in mind that I'm selling you all of these things that are better than anything you're selling.
Or armor to protect you from
Just
someone
saying.
else. You've come to the right place.
You know, I'm doing that silly thing again. Why did I even come back here to buy potions when I can just drop a bunch of those rejuvenation potions and turn them into healing potions? The answer is I need more than I can do that with right now. But I will convert some of them to have more. Still don't have enough money to do what I'm planning to do. Because for anybody coming in later on, I'm trying to make a much better magic item, but they cost a lot of money and they take a lot of gems, which cost additional money. So, you know, you can picture where that goes from there. But we'll drop another, like, 15 of these on the ground. You might be thinking, what's this silly man doing? Just throwing his stuff on the ground. Behold! I can convert potions from one type to another. And now I have a bunch of healing potions. Ta-da! Magic. Will I regret converting that many of my rejuvenation potions? Maybe. My health is getting used much more heavily than my magic, but when I am using my magic a lot, it does cost a lot. Even with the 30% reduction from the highest form of clarity we can get. Good to know that even when they're guarding, I can stun them. Honestly, it's really nice that the critical hits on things even have bonus effects like that to begin with. I'm assuming it's on crits, considering it doesn't happen very often for us.
Hello there.
Hey Sage, how's it going? We're just working our way through a sea temple. Okay. Glad things are alright, at least. Just keep clobbering all these enemies. Serpentine, serpentine. So far, so good. Definitely getting a little bit tired now because we've been going for a bit, but other than that, everything's fine. Steal back the health. Don't know how I wasn't reaching him, but you know, that's how it be sometimes. Refresh my shield spell and just start stealing all of their health. Joys of necromancy. Their health is my health. You know, there's a joke there, but I'm not ready to finish that thought enough to make that joke happen. Exactly. Our health. They want to remove mine so much, it's only fair that they give back some. Did just find a grand staff, which... 3 to 18... How much did our start with? I feel like ours started with 4 to something. Exactly. Sharing is caring. I don't know if these guys care, but I'm gonna teach them to care. It'll be the last lesson they learn, but you know. Nobody ever said I would be a teacher for long. Still really concerning when I electrify them in the water like that. I keep really expecting bad things to happen to me. That is true. If there was ever anything we heard about a lot, it's don't do drugs and caring. So based on a lot of the people I grew up with, I don't know if the don't do drugs part was very effective. Or Sea Temple, but what's over here? More goodies. All their secret doors that are not really so secret. Look, all the wealth is currently trickling into my pocket, which is something certain people would definitely approve of. This inventory still makes me sad. Do not have the gems I require to make the thing I want. Nor do I have the funds to acquire the gems. Now the question becomes, how many floors is this Sea Temple? We had to go through a whole pirate cave to get here, so we may very well not have too far to go. Oh, that door's locked. You've only got a couple options for might and magic. Might and magic on PS2. That wouldn't have been Crusaders of Might and Magic, right? Wasn't that a PS1 game? Or am I remembering wrong? I could easily be getting my wires crossed. That is also a fair point. I've certainly done that a couple times. Was it a kind of like janky over-the-shoulder or action platformer deal? Because that would be more than likely Crusaders of Might and Magic. With an emphasis on the jank. Yep, that would be the one then. I remain unsure how to feel about how readily I recognize that game, but that's a whole other situation. That is definitely a game I tried to figure out, because that was one of the things we ended up with in just like a random sleeve from a store. So we didn't have the box or anything, we just had the disc, and it's like, well, you know what, we'll just go with it, why not? Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that is half my thing, is having all of that random specific knowledge tucked away. Reminds me, I probably should bring the figure out what a game is from a description redeem back. It's been long enough that I've had it off that it would be fun to have it back again. Because for the longest time before I started streaming, my friends would always come to me when they don't remember what a game is, and they would give me the weirdest fucking descriptions for some of them, and somehow I'd keep figuring it out anyway. He was just starting to get spammed, and even with the cooldown it had. So I was getting a little tired of it, especially since the spirit of it was kind of lost a little bit because people were just doing copy-paste descriptions from, like, the Steam pages and such at that point. It's like, you know, that's not really the point of what this was supposed to be. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, I get it because the description allows for it, but the spirit of the thing, people, come on. And of course they're gonna stump me with random Steam jumbo game from like 2011 that 5 people played. And I debated putting like a year limit on it or such, but that's not that fun either, because then I don't like adding limiters to things. But I think that may end up being what I have to do with it. Just to prevent a situation like that happening. Aw. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a perfect description right there. I can't help but notice that this is just a death door. That just leads into a hole. I don't know if it's supposed to be there, but that's just a death hole. I wish I could remember my favorite description that I remembered the answer for. But what game were they even describing? Because I can't even remember what they were describing anymore, but it was the most absurd description for something, and yet it made perfect sense. But it's been so many years since that happened at this point, I just do not remember anymore. Like, it was one of those, like, it is just this guy who does this thing, he has this, which the description for whatever the this was completely wrong. I remember that much. A motorcycle was involved somehow. Just, like, descriptions like that are how I got really good at figuring out what something was from just nonsense. Yeah, exactly. Because that is very much a if you know description of something. Because if you know that, then you know that that's Metal Gear Rising. So that one got memed enough that I think even people that didn't interact with that know that one. That's the exact kind of, like, generic but iconic description that is exactly the kind of thing that I was getting hit with. Oh, no, I remember another good one now. This is all I got. PS2 game where the guy punches everything. That's all I got. And without any further description, I just told him that was God Hand. And it was correct. Because that's the game where the guy punches everything. The only reason I even hit that was because he mentioned it was a PS2 game. That's the only connecting point to get to God Hand from. Because otherwise, there are so many games where a guy just punches everything to work from. But it's a PS2 game, and there's not that many PS2 games where your only thing is punching things. This is why I thought it would be fun to continue to do a thing like that, because you never know what kind of nonsensical description you're gonna get of something.
Seems to be
I mean, that would be a fair statement to make. So I don't know how many people ever even interacted with that collection. Did that collection come out in English? I don't remember if the PS2 Capcom collection actually got an English release, or if that even is on that platform. Like, obviously, there's the new collection, but I thought there was an older collection as well, and I may be just completely dredging on that one. That door is still locked. Even from the other side, that door is still locked. The hell of a lock they got if neither side of the door can be opened.
Seems to be locked.
Yep, that one's still locked too. Very interesting. Oh, absolutely. It's always completely legal and above board, everything we do with that kind of thing. Yep. Mm-hmm. No one look at anything here. No one ask any questions. Ah, I found the boss fight.
I am Deep-Taught, High Priest of Brittle. Kneel in supplication before the Sea Mother, and be cleansed of the heresy you have committed here.
I'm about to commit more heresy by laughing at you.
Your sacrifice will be mercifully painless.
'Cause those are sure some names you got there.
Blasphemy in the face of the Sea Mother. A pity. You will be sacrificed.
You said that already.
Wash away like so much jetsam in the tide.
Anyway, I'm gonna drain your life now. If you're okay with that, because if you're not, well, still happening anyway. Do. Draining all his life. Do. Nothing he can do. Do. Stealing all his health. Do. Stealing everything. Like, it really is kind of sad how little he can actually do to me here, because I can just steal more health than he can take from me. Oh, nope, he's starting to hurt me a little bit, because my shield wore off. Okay, fine, you want me to actually hit you, I can hit you too. See, there you go. Like, he's throwing all of this magic at me, and it's just like, yep, nope. Just pulling it right back up. It's kind of unfortunate how we've just kind of broken this at this point. And I started with life drain. I didn't even choose to have life drain. The life draining chose me. I chose to make it better. But, you know, when you start with something, you may as well make it better, right? Right. Wow, these two are doing a much better job than their boss. Then again, there is two of them. And I did forget to recast my shield. There we go. That's why you carry potions. There we go, there's the Oceanic Urn. You found the Oceanic Urn. An aquamarine-studded golden urn hidden within the altar to Biblub. It should be returned to Jarek in Baldur's Gate. I mean, you can't really say it should be returned, because we're definitely taking it from places where they were originally. But it's fine. That's the adventuring job, taking things that aren't ours and giving them to people that paid for them. You got tombs to steal stuff from? Okay. You got big, scary monster caves to take stuff from? You got it, boss.
It won't move.
All in the name of the greater good, but also the greater good of my wallet. You hear a noise. From across the room comes the sound of a door opening. Could it be the door I just opened? No, I'm assuming there's a door on the, like, that end of the room over there that opened when I opened this one. Some kind of, like, weird mirror room situation.
It won't move.
Not that one, though. Oh, yeah, this is open now. What an interesting way to arrange your treasure room to function. And by interesting, I also simultaneously mean annoying. And we will see as soon as I pick this all up whether any of this was worth it. Well, we had most of this already. Grand defending staff's not bad. 6 to 21 is not as good as our 20 to 32, but it's got potential. The fact that it's +1 and is only 6 to 21, though, tells me that Grand is not better than Flawless. Or at least within reasonable doubt, it is not better than Flawless. In fact, Superior might be lower than Flawless too, which means I might have actually been doing wrong with the amulets. It's fine. I don't even know if the quality of the rings and amulets even matter, because they don't seem to have an effect on the bonuses applied to the items, so question mark. They may just have, like, defined bonuses just because all items have defined bonuses. Oh, away we go. We've done all the damage we can do here. What? Timeout. I understand that this had to happen for the plot, but the urn is missing. The Oceanica urn is missing from your belongings. One or more cunning thieves must have disguised themselves as members of the ship's crew and followed you into the sea cave, stealing it from you without you even realizing it. Perhaps Jarek will know what to do. After I picked up the urn, I teleported out. How did they have a chance to steal it from me when I was the only one in the cave before I teleported out? What is this?
Welcome back.
That is on the list of reasons why you teleport away from a place like that.
Right here.
I know. And it's oh so upsetting when my perfectly legitimately stolen goods are stolen from me. I worked really hard to steal that. Whoever stole that from me, I hope is ready to have their life stolen. In multiple ways. We have a lot of superior amulets. Can you really call these superior when I have like 50 of them? I mean, I guess they're not the supreme amulet, so it's not like impossible for there to be a better one. Even though that's not really going to be a case of there's no better one either. You know, I guess it was too easy, huh? Hey boss, I got robbed. What do?
Have you recovered the oceanic urn from Seer's Isle?
Yeah, you know, I did, but it was stolen from me mid-teleport, which is worrying.
I had heard as much, but had hoped it only a rumor. My sources tell me the thieves are en route to the town of Hill's Edge, where they will hand the item over to a band of Zentarim. Can you recover the artifact?
As long as it doesn't get magically stolen from me again, yes. It is a hell of a thing how he just immediately heard about that. Like, I get that the Harper's sources are pretty good, but I really feel like I'm getting played for a patsy here at the same time. Let's see. Do I want to try to make the item I was trying to make before? I don't think I have enough money for it. I would like to make a better ring. Because I made this +3/+3 ring here. But I don't have enough gems of the right kinds. I never did look at what the emerald does on other things other than a weapon. But we'll worry about that later. Let's get on the road. No, actually no, we're 6 hours in. Let me go ahead and stop here. So we will see about doing some extra inventorying. So I don't have to worry about that the next time we play. I'm gonna quickly... Oh no, I didn't need the remarkable staff. Is there anything cheap I can grab that is remarkable quality? No, that's relatively cheap. Borrow that for a second just so I can see what this does on armor for a second. Right, I did know that. That's what makes it lighter. Okay, that's actually gonna be worth putting on a piece of armor then. Also, why did I... brain. So, you may realize why I just sighed at myself about that. It's almost like most of my armor would have been valid to test it on, because it's not like I was committing into having that on there. You got a better brain for me, bud? Because apparently I need one. And the emerald... +1 iron will, so extra magic regen. Not really something I need a ring for. We can get that skill just fine. What this means, though, is it may be worth my while to put that emerald in this helmet. Make it a little bit lighter. And I can also slap that on there. No, not that one. Well, this one. No. That one? 5 more hit points? No. None of these are worth adding to this. There we go. We have a glowy hat now. Yay. Oh, it turned yellow. Not really sure how I feel about the color change, honestly. I liked it better when it was silver. Because now it really just doesn't fit with the rest of this at all. Just doesn't work. Really need to replace this flawless studded armor at some point. Still... Really not much else we can change too much right now, because we don't have good gems for my armor. And I don't think he sells any that I would be particularly excited about using. I mean, I guess I could just make my armor plus a bunch instead of making it have effects. That's not very fun now, is it? That is true. That is very true.
I have everything you need right here.
Yeah, because even fine chainmail is not as good as the flawless studded leather, unfortunately. And I know what most of these gems do in armor already. A lot of them are just insert resistance here, which is not worth anything to me. This one is... It was extra bless with a ring, but I think it was just a bunch of random resistances for that one. Coral, I don't remember, but I think it was a skill I don't have. That one was the fire resist we just saw. This is poison resist, essentially. That's one we have already. This one was useless. Pearl, I think, was another skill I don't have. I don't remember what Sapphire or Topaz did. I know, Sapphire was cold resist, and I would assume this is lightning resistance, because it gives lightning damage when it's put on a weapon. So yeah, there's just nothing really to put on armor that's interesting. So I think I'll just buy a bunch of rune stones and make my armor just better. Not gonna go wild with it right now, just gonna make it a little bit better. Like, you know, I don't know, a casual +4? Sure, +4.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
I'm not gonna worry about doing that with my chest armor because I'm actively trying to replace that. But at least now those boots are a lot better. And they match the helmet now. So now this works a little bit better. There's a bit of a balance to it, you know? The top and bottom are that now instead of just the helmet. Still feels a little wrong, but it's a little less wrong now. I probably could have also made our staff better because I could have bought more topazes. But I'd also need to buy more coral. Coral's cheap, though. Nah, it's fine. If I end up wanting to fiddle with that more, I can do that between this session and the next one, which might be Thursday, might not be. It depends on how things end up shaping up and how I feel about that idea. Because it would be a little bit of an awkward split if I, like, started with the Lurkit game I need to cover, or in order to make sure that I fulfill my obligations, and then go into this. Like, that would be two very different concepts. And I don't know about that idea. And in a split session, I don't think I'd get enough time to really do anything significant with this either. I just don't think it would quite work. But at the same time, next week, if I'm doing the clearathon, which I may or may not do, we're not going to have time to do this at all until the event's over. And that's why it's like, well, but none of it works. Friday, we're going to be playing Abiotic with Mel, so we're going to be busy that whole day. Saturday might be able to fit some of it in, because I do know we're only going to be playing for like 3 hours when I do the collab that's supposed to be on Saturday, which may not happen based on what I'm seeing in the Discord or chat for that, but that's a conversation to worry about when that's confirmed to not be happening. At which point, I would also be trying to keep doing what we normally do on Saturdays, which is short run Saturdays, which is completing as many games as I can. So that wouldn't be very effective for that either. But it also feels a little awkward to wait more than a full week apart to continue this. So we'll figure it out. We will figure things out as we go. Right now, I need to figure out where I'm gonna take us all to. And then we will go from there. Which, I've done that silly thing again, where I have even more people on this list, without having removed any from the list. So the decision just gets worse, rather than better. Like, I genuinely have so many people on this list that are live right now, as I've mentioned before, that they don't even all fit on the following bar on the left when you're just looking at a Twitch stream normally. That is how out of hand this is at this point. And I do have some cleanup I should do, because I see a bunch here that I'm like, we've kind of gone our separate ways at this point, so these really shouldn't be on this list anymore. But I keep forgetting to actually sit there and fix that, so it just never happens. So we just end up back in this position over again. And yet I say this like every day when I go to raid, and then somehow we still are in this position. Funny how that works. And I can't even be like, oh yeah, this is going to be a fitting place to go compared to what we're doing. Because there really isn't anything that's like, yeah, this matches what I did. Like, there's a few things that tangentially work, but they're not really things I would want to put in on either. Because, like, there's somebody streaming a D&D session, but I don't like raiding into those because that throws off what they're doing sometimes and just gets a little weird. That would probably be, like, the closest jump point. It's always a little tricky. Whereabouts are they? Because that might be a good one. Go ahead and mute the audio so you guys don't... I did not tell that to turn on. Stop it. Go away. We're gonna make everything angry. Go away. Where are you at? What are you doing? What are you at? Okay, they're relatively early on and they're actively doing the thing. Sure, so sure, we'll go see Aspen, who's playing some Cat Quest. Cat Quest is a nice, chill, fun thing. So that'll be a good relax point for everybody. And Aspen's been good people. Very supportive, very kind. So that'll work out perfectly. Get that queued up to go. So, thank you all so much for taking your time to be here today. I've botched the wording on that, but you get the point of what I'm saying. We will be back on Thursday with what we were already talking about. It is going to be... It's not quite going to be normal scheduled time, as in like the 2 p.m. EST. It'll probably be more like 5. I'm going to try to keep it toward the later slot, but I don't need it to be 7 o'clock since we're not doing a collab this week. But I want to keep a day in the later slot, just A, so I have more time before starting on at least one day out of the week, and 2, so it doesn't get too far off of when it is the time we usually do for the collabs, because Thursdays are usually the collab days. It makes sense. Either way, I'm going to stop rambling. Be good to Aspen. She's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.